Now is the time. A time you'll look back on. A time you adopt as inspiration. You will recollect this time. This moment, right now. Motivate yourself towards success. Overcome. Take over. The time is now.
Hello, hello, hello! Welcome to Deadline Day, the special. Looking good, Mart.
And all you two, mate. Loving the yellow tie. Deadline Day, Daz and Transfer Talking Marty. There we go. You have it there now. Yeah, but where's everybody else?
Well, Pete and Chris shall be along shortly. And Richie's playing a bit of football. So we have to give him that. He might get snapped up yet before the window.
Yeah. Is he playing as a forward? Because I hear we need one. So
we're in desperate need of a pacey forward. If you know any, get on to Mirdad.
Yeah, give us a shout.
Jamie Rubin. Or let us know.
Get the text out.
We'll tell them. A lot of action today. Very positive in the morning. With Hugo and Teke. And that seemed to fall through then when the young lad, 19 years old, didn't fancy the move to Newcastle, and a deadline day move, it didn't work out. Then, as we said in our lunchtime update, we turned our attention to Lingard, but it looks like that has fallen through as well, with Man United want to keep him now. Geordie 2 for life, thanks for coming in,
buddy. Thanks very much.
And that looks a bit like Lee Davey. But
yeah, it does. Yeah. Well, Lee Davey can join us and become a member as well. So, whatever. Yeah, whenever you're on there, Lee. It started positive. So obviously, both me and Daz have been working from home. One would say, working. We use that term very loosely. Daz has probably done a bit more than I have, to be fair.
A good bit of work today.
Yeah, you have. I've done kind of the bits that are important, but I was clever. It was people, as I said to you pre-coming on air. People that were saying to me, can we put this meeting in for Monday? No. Monday afternoon, how are you fixed? No. Monday morning? No, definitely not. How's Tuesday? Yeah, that'll work. So yeah, I was quite strategic in my day last week when I was booking diary time. It started off there positive. I've had Sky Sports on since about 8:30 this morning. Kind of just had it turned up whilst I was working, listening. So it started off really positive. Obviously, we knew that we were likely to have two defenders in Dan Burn and Matty Targett. As we see, Matty Targett's put his bits out. Newcastle have announced that. We're still waiting on Dan Burn. But we expect that to go.
Target.
Yeah, that's Matty. Yeah, and a great tweet for him as well about enjoying to put the shirt on and fight for the cause. So that's all we want to hear, Matt Targett. That's all we want to hear, mate. So we're waiting for Dan Burn, and then we've seen obviously the news that was breaking this morning that we spoke about at lunchtime. It looks like Ekitike is on, but it hasn't happened. Deal's off. Disappointing, but when you think about it, kid's 19. Rams is his home team. He's never played anywhere else. 19 years old on deadline day. It's a massive, massive decision. So I respect the decision. Would love to see him, but I think he's one for the future, as opposed to the here and now. So kind of that's where we were. Then we made a very hampered dash for Dele Alli, and looked like we were going to chase that down. But Man United have said no, and told
didn't happen.
Didn't happen.
Cross that
told
one
him he's
off.
got to stay. So now, that's the wrong one, Daz. Yeah, thanks for getting ahead of the thing.
No, you said Dele Alli, but you talked about Lingard.
I was talking about Lingard. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Well, thank God the other two are coming on because we're useless at this.
Yeah, so Lingard didn't happen.
Lingard didn't
happen. That one off.
So Man United have kept him and told him he won't be allowed to move. Look, maybe there's some reasons around that, but we won't get into all of those. Man United have their own problems. So then we said, right, we're going to make a dash. So now it is rumored that we are trying to brinker the bit of play that is going on between Everton and Dele Alli, and Newcastle are trying to hijack that deal. And that's
he's having his medical, so I don't know how that will work.
I can't see that happening. But I don't know. We were kind of talking coming on air. We were saying, like, there must be some kind of encouragement for Newcastle to go in after him. Would you kind of go into that blindly and just go, hey, by the way, talking to your agent, we know you've had your medical, you're down in Merseyside, but we'd like you to come and play for us. Has there ever been a case of somebody doing all that and then getting in the car? I mean, other than Peter Odemwingie? Probably not. But, it's a bit weird. I mean, what do you think about that, Daz?
Yeah,
everybody.
I think if he's having his medical, I can't see Dele Alli coming now. Because remember we had the debate of one of the shows whether we'd go for Dele Alli or Lingard, which one would we prefer? And we were split 50-50. So we would snap the hand off to take Dele Alli at this stage, and especially he's going to be playing against us in the 8th of February. So I can't see it happening though. I think as some people have mentioned in the chat, it's all looking for like a loan option for Zapata.
Yep.
So that's and was the talk about 8 million loan fee?
So Mark Douglas has tweeted there. So his only concern is getting a deal done overseas with the whole additional paperwork for Brexit and all this other stuff apparently that now has to be done, and medicals and everything else. But it's a straight 5.5 million loan deal with an option. So it is a deal that you could get done. When we were on at lunchtime and we were talking, Pete was saying that if it's a loan, you don't necessarily have to have the medical done on the day. You can do it the day after or so. So is there a chance of getting the paperwork? Is there a chance of getting the paperwork in and done before 11 o'clock? Don't know. It's tight. But, I mean, it's a deal. I have just come from a family's wedding. Thanks for that, Adam. It is one that you'd love to see get done, and it is something that obviously Atalanta will be open to from what we've heard and what we've seen on Twitter. But can we get it done with the time that's left? I mean, it's just after 7. We've got 4 hours left. Would it be enough to get it done? Possibly, with a medical tomorrow, all things being equal. Don't know. It's one, but that's kind of where we are, I think, really.
Just a few things, Martin, from the chat here, and I'm going off the chat here now from my news. One, I agree with Dan here. Man United were just pissing about, and I think they have been all transfer window with us, as are Tottenham likely if we try to go for Dele Alli. I think there's a bit of a cartel in operation still to try and block us off. They have really pissed us off, Man United, and they'd rather fuck themselves up than help us. Not help us, than give us Lingard. But that's one thing I want to say. Jump to another topic is from Dan as well about Diaz from Blackburn. I think you were saying today, Martin, that he's in Chile. So
he's on international duty with Chile now. I don't know whether he's back and the international games are finished up. I'm not 100% sure. Maybe somebody in the chat or whoever's watching can tell us. But I mean, he's having a really good season. 20 million, they reckon, will get him. Would he get you goals in the Premiership? Few people are asking questions, but he's been playing for Chile there since he added Diaz to the back of his name. And he's scoring goals. He scored again midweek for them with a good goal. So he definitely knows where the net is. Would you go wrong in trying to grab a hold of him? Again, let's surmise. Let's say the worst did happen. It won't, but if it did, he's banging in goals for fun in the Championship. So for 20 million, maybe it's not a bad deal. But
apparently, I'm going for a job interview, and you're just back from a wedding.
From a wedding. You're going for a job interview. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Do you know what it is? We thought we would make an effort. We're not the guys.
Pete showed us up earlier, in fairness.
Yeah, Pete showed us up at lunchtime. Yeah, he was in his real job with a suit and tie and everything else on, and we were slumming it. So we said we'd dress up a bit tonight just to make it special. It's the back of the window. We don't really care. We're just here to have a bit of crack and a bit of good time and chat football.
And what we didn't say, and because I want to get on to one other comment on the start here that I want to go back to, but we didn't say at the start, we should have said it, that it's not just going to be us, and it's not just going to be the rest of the loaded lads minus Richie. We have loads of guests lined up to come on. Hopefully they come on, but we have to give them some of them time slots as well, because there's so many, we had to kind of organize it in that way. So this from Gary, and I don't know where you've seen this, Gary, but an unnamed English club have bid for Dembele. Could that be us? We do need a pacey attacker. Take him on loan, definitely. What do you think of that, Martin?
Sorry, mate. I was someone was sending me a text there. Apologies. What was that one? Go back.
Some Dembele. An English club have apparently bid.
Yeah, Chelsea.
Is it?
Chelsea, yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
One of the other from the cartel. Yeah.
Yeah, the one that does have him either. Okay, we'll move on. But see, can you see? I think it's looking like Zapata is the only option now, unless a miracle in Dele Alli.
Yeah, I think the Zapata thing. I'd be interested to know. I mean, Geordie Tune for Life there just said that there's still some midweek games. Now I know that Bruno Guimaraes is meant to be reporting to the club on Thursday. I think Brazil play on Wednesday again, is it? If I'm right.
Wednesday, yeah.
So I think Chile's game was the night after Brazil's, I think. So, I mean, look, it can still be done. I think we were talking earlier on as well about if they do a medical overseas, you could have the national team doctors do the medical. Would Newcastle need to have a representative at the medical? Would you take whatever the results are coming out? Blah, 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 blah. I know from a point of the medical that we did for Bruno, Steve Nixon was there for that. There was a representative there when that medical was happening. But look, there's so many things that could happen. 4 hours of the window still. I still wouldn't be surprised at the club going in for something lastminute.com and trying to pull something out the bag. It's obvious they still think we're a bit short.
Sorry.
Looks like Nick DeMarco in 20 years' time. Right, ban him. Doug the Tune. Do you know what I mean? I wouldn't mind taking a comment like that from Doug the Tune, but is Doug a member? Doug, I think you need to be a member, Doug, if you want to throw that kind of stuff around.
Yeah. Hit that join button, Doug, if you want to become a member. Button, Doug, hit that red subscribe button if you want to be subscribed. I'm sure everyone here is already subscriber, but hit that button. And speaking, let's take a pause from the comments for a second. We did to put out a plea or to people, viewers. Would they like to become a member? Some people took that offer up. In fact, we have 56 members, if I serves incorrectly, and we had a prize and offer. We were giving away a Newcastle jersey, either the home, the away, or the third kit strip to the lucky winner. We did the draw earlier. Does anyone want to see the winner of the draw?
Go for it.
Yeah,
I know you really want to just put the wheel up, so just go for it.
Yeah, I wanted to do it live, but then we wouldn't have got in to we wanted to get it ahead of schedule. So here was the draw, and this was the winner.
Hello and welcome to the Loaded HQ Members Raffle Draw, the special draw for a Newcastle jersey of your choice. So we've got 56 names in the hat. Just a shout out to everyone watching. Thanks for sticking with us. And remember, you've probably heard us mention already, hit that subscribe button. But here we go. Here's the draw. Best of luck, everyone. And the winner is Paulie G, Paul Gallant. Welcome, or congratulations even, Paul. Well done. We'll be in touch, or Richie will be in touch, I should say, to sort out that prize. Enjoy the show, guys.
So, congratulations to Paulie G.
Well done, mate.
Well done.
Yeah, and he. To be fair to him, we must give him a proper massive shout out. He did well to win, but he has really backed us since day one. From when we were on Matters, and then when we broke away, and since we've been doing this, he shares everything we do, and have done across all platforms of social media. He puts it up on Facebook. He's really, really brilliant. Needs to work a little bit on the guitar playing, but other than that, he's pretty cool all around. So I'm delighted for him. No better a winner, and fair play to the lad. So yeah, we get that. I believe that's on its way. Richie sorted it, and it is on its way. I think Chris has sorted out as well, and it's done, ordered, sorted to size.
It's in the post.
Way.
It's in the post
exactly.
already.
Done.
He went with the. Anyone wanted to know? He went with the away kit. So Paul, send us a picture. We'll put it up on screen, or put a post on Twitter. We'll see it. So congratulations again, Paul.
Yeah, and I think, by the way, it's a great choice. Goddard 8 on the back. Well done.
Oh, that he went with the.
No, he did not. Just made that shit up there. I would have gone with that because I used to love Sarge. But anyway, there you go. All right, well done, Paulie.
Let's go through the comments again. We're all waiting for attacker. That's what we need now. Even though there's loan options there available as well, but just trying to find someone now at this stage is going to be very difficult. They might surprise us. They have surprised us a few times already. And Jordy Tuflice says Bolivia are playing Chile on Tuesday night, but still probably won't make a difference in trying to get Diaz. Any other breaking news, Martin or Anthony?
No, few tweets and bits and pieces coming out that apparently Atalanta look like they could be moving for Origi, which would hinge obviously on Newcastle trying to do something from Zapata, but don't know. If you suppose NUFC 360 just saying Matt Target, Dan Burn, Trippier, Gamerish and Wood, an outlay of 90 million, 5 additions, commendable hard work done behind the scenes. Bravo to Piff, Caducci, Jamie Ruman, Amanda, and the rest. If that is how we finish the night, look, I think if we'd have sat down pre-window and we'd have said we got a 40 million, another 40 million Brazilian in the likes of Gamerish, we strengthened a bit up front with Wood. We got Trippier, who won La Liga with Atletico Madrid, the season prior, and we've bolstered defense with Matty Target and Dan Burn. I would have snapped your hand off. Am I being greedy now? Going, I still want a striker. Yeah, probably, but I suppose the window's been a little bit surreal. Oh look, we have a guest. We have a first guest.
We have a guest. We'll bring that guest out in 1 second. Just want to first say thanks, Adam, for becoming a member, and thanks to everyone that has become a member over the last few days. Much appreciated. And that's where you get into our sponsor prize draw, our monthly prize draws, and we will be having one with Shy Barnes, and we'll be having one with Black and White Army. We don't have one tonight, but we have something better. We've got Bronwyn.
Hiya.
Hey, Bronwyn. How's things?
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Oh, great. We look like two old fellas waiting to go to a wedding recital or something on here, but
You look so smart.
I know. We thought we'd dress up. We were sitting joking around at lunchtime. Pete was in his suit. We were like, why don't we all dress up like the guys off Sky? And then I was like, Daz was like, yeah, I think I've got it. He texted me. He's like, I found a yellow tie. And I was like, lads, I don't know what happened, but somebody shrank my suit jacket. I can't even get in it. So damn you, lockdown and all the other things. But yeah, so how are you?
Yeah, I'm good. Good.
So what do you...
Sorry. It's just today, refreshing Twitter and watching Sky Sports. I feel so tired. Never known anything like it.
Exactly. Having the day we're having now, we got to do 4.5 hours, maybe 5 hours doing this with a multitude of guests. So obviously the last few seasons we've been used to Mike Ashley and everything else. So how do you, I suppose there's a couple of questions, so you can answer them in stages. So one, if we bring nobody else in, do you think it's been a good window for Newcastle with the lads that we've got so far? And are you happy? And how does it feel to actually sit back and see Newcastle pulling all these players in when we've had, 14 years of shite and, we were waiting to try and get a loan deal for Hamza Chowdhury this time last season?
I know. I think a lot, I'm just so buzzing. Like you cannot not be buzzing with this. Like I put on Twitter not long ago, like today, about I remember walking past the Time Bridge and the Bruce Out banner that was on there, and that was literally only a few months ago, and now it's just like it's not just different, it's like a whole nother level. Like we are the talk of football basically, and it's just unreal. And I think just getting the takeover was unbelievable, and then for actually like signing players that are half decent is even better. And then people are like taking the mick out of Wood and stuff, so you know how they were like, oh, I got all this money and you're signing Wood, which I'm really pleased about, but then the players have signed on top of that, and it's just like you could not ask for more. Like you couldn't. Like every signing we're just absolutely buzzing, like, oh my god, they're coming to Newcastle, like, and everyone's just over the moon.
Bronwyn, can I interrupt you a second, Bronwyn, because I'm just going to do this because I think viewers would rather this. There we go. I think because some people want you on till 12.
I know, yeah. Somebody literally just. Do you know what it is? Somebody literally just DM'd me and went, "Is there any chance you could move the two lads to the side and put Bronwyn on the big screen?" Literally, yeah. I've just had 3 DMs in a row saying this is better than anything you lads have done so far. So there you go. Thanks very much.
Look, we'll do this.
Jennifer. I'll come off.
No, we'll come back. Shout out to Chris as well, who's become a member. Thanks, Chris, for joining us. So you've been happy, Bronwyn, with all the activity in the transfer window?
It can't not be. I remember, I think a tweet went round, and I had to reply to it because it was just like how underwhelmed someone was. I was like, it's clearly clickbait, but I have to reply to be like, you must be having a laugh. Like, there's no way any Newcastle fan is disappointed at all. Like, I mean, I know I'm
sure there will be some.
Yeah, like with the Lingard, like that's a bit disappointing, but still, like from where we were this time last year, it's just you cannot not be buzzing.
Yeah, I've looked at it quite. I looked at it a bit this afternoon, kind of when things started to quieten down a bit. And you're kind of going, okay, we're not hearing too much now, and we were chasing Lingard. Obviously, it was Ekitike wasn't going to happen, which I'm in a way I'm kind of okay with. He's a 19-year-old kid.
Yeah.
I'd like to revisit that maybe in the summer, and then you're going back for the likes of Botman and whatever. Obviously, at the minute, the cause is we got to stay up, we got to survive, and I think we've given ourselves a chance to do that. But if we look back, kind of 31 days ago, coming into the window, we were sitting here going, we need defenders. Our defense is shite. So we've kind of done that. We brought in Trippier, Matty Target, and Dan Burn. So like we've kind of done what we said. We've been lacking kind of a ball winning midfielder that can get around the park, break up play, set a good pass up, and we've definitely got that in Bruno Guimaraes. And we've added Chris Wood, who to be fair, Paul Oxley I know is in the chat. Me and him have been shouting for 3 seasons, go out and get Chris Wood. Nobody will go and do it, and now we have. So I'm actually very, very happy with the window. If this is how it does close, I think it's been an absolute 9 out of 10 of a window.
9 out of 10.
Oh, absolutely. Why is it not? We've 9
out of 10.
No, I'd go 9. It would have been nice to have the additional striker, so I'll drop him a point for that.
True.
I'm going to go 8 out of 10 because I want that pace, a pacey forward there. Just because I can't. I'm a bit more negative when it comes to Wood, and I can't see him scoring that many. Okay, maybe now with Target and Trippier bombing on the wings and getting the ball high into him, he get his head in it. But if Wilson, there's a bit of negativity. I'm sorry. If Wilson,
to be fair though, Daz, you've always had a problem with Wood.
Thanks, Martin. Thanks. How the hell would you know if it did or not? But no, just a pacey striker or attacker like Lingard, or a striker or a pacey striker would have done there. But you never know. We'll see what happens. Is it 3.5 hours or something to go?
Yeah, 3.5. But I think what you've done with the likes of Guimaraes not coming in, hopefully we can solidify the defense, which I think we will. And I'm sure maybe as the night goes on, we'll talk about now where do those players fit into Eddie Howe's thoughts. Where do they fit on the pitch? How does he set up? Is it 3-4-3? Is it 3-5-2? Is it, what's he going to do? But I think what you've done, I think, with the likes of Gimenez, we said last night on the show, ASM hasn't really been delivering the final third, gets the odd goal, but he's not really, some of the choice making's not been fantastic. But I think now with Gimenez, you've got somebody that is an absolute baller. So maybe that takes a little bit of pressure off ASM, not having to be the main man every single game that we rely on. It also probably gives other teams a lot more to think about in that midfield, with Gimenez being able to play either higher up or further back, break up the play and get forward. So for me, I think we've given ourselves an opportunity to give other teams things to think about. And I think some of the play that we've seen from the likes of Gimenez, surely it has to create more chances than we've been creating, which for me can only be a good thing. So
yeah, I seen it. What do you think about this? So someone said, if we go down with this team that we've got, then Howe's not the man.
Harsh,
yeah.
but if we did go down with this team, maybe they should look at someone else. You have to give them to the could be the case, Bronwyn.
I think there's a lot of talk about him having a window, wasn't it? People saying, look, give him 6 months and judge him with a window. So he's had the window, that closes off in 3.5 hours. Again, one of the things we were talking about lunchtime, Daz, was, when Man City had their takeover and they brought in those first few players, they brought in Gareth Barry, Rocky Santa Cruz, Robinho was the marquee signing, for want of a better word. They were mid-table. Now, the following game, they got beat 8-1 of Middlesbrough in the Cup. So, I suppose you've got to look at those reactions. But the difference they had to those players coming in, settling in, Robinho as an overseas player, and what they brought in after that, they had time to adjust. They had time to settle and get in, because they weren't fighting a relegation battle like we are. So my only concern at this minute is that those players need to hit the ground running. Yeah. Gimenez needs to be on fire from day one. And I think it'll be hard for him to settle to begin with, coming from France. But
can I go for some? I'm going to go for some breaking news. Okay. And it's not massive breaking news, but I've got two sources here in the chat. That's where my sources are. One is here from Adam McKeown. Says Pete Graves has just said on Sky Sports News Spaces on Twitter that they're working on 2 out of 3. 2 to 3.
2 to 3.
2 to 3.
But can't tell us who they are.
And to back that up, Chris, who's just become a member, says the same thing.
Cheers, Chris.
So there we go. You never know.
So that's just teasing.
Be a very exciting night yet. Pete wouldn't do that, would he?
No.
Pete Graves?
No. So he knows the kick.
The other guy.
If that goes
the other guy.
Wrong,
he's a lookalike. Keith may do that. Because I have to link into a question here, and as the questions come up, I have to go for it. It's from Mike. Do you want to answer that? The question? We're not pressuring you to answer that.
I haven't been on a night out with Keith.
No comment. No comment from Mike. No. From Mike.
My dad's just texted us there, I have to tell you, saying the lads look smooth tonight.
We are smooth.
Your dad is our biggest fan. If your dad was he probably wants us back on the full screen, not you.
Yeah, he does. But you are much better suited on the big screen.
I don't know, not what the comments are saying.
No. Get your comments in the chat.
Somebody ask, can the camera stay like this till midnight? There you go.
and Mike is in the chat as a member as well.
Well done, Mike. Thanks very much.
Okay,
so we're still working on 2 to 3. That's interesting.
That's very interesting. Yeah.
Although we do need to be mindful whether there are things going on that the Italian window has shut at 7 p.m.
Yeah. Oh.
So if there was a deal to be had with Zapata, I don't know where that would be, because the Italian window shuts at 7 p.m.
Shit.
So that's gone. I
would
think
incomings and outgoings probably is, sir.
I don't know. Again, look, there's over 230 people watching, heap of people in the chat. Can anybody in the chat tell me and Daz and Bronwyn, we think that the Italian window is closed. If it's a loan deal, can it happen outside of the windows? Anybody know how that works? We don't. So
unless the details have gone in, and it could be, how drags on past
Okay,
the
there
hour.
you go.
Never know.
There's hang on. We got one here from Gary Finnegan.
Bring it up, yeah.
Yeah. So no, it's only incomings only.
So outgoings could still happen.
No, I
We're
think
not
for
shutting
the
up shop
Italian
early.
window, it's only incomings. Just P says you can still buy from the Italian leagues. Players can still go out, but they cannot sign in. Apparently, there you go.
Okay. Just two more comments from Shane. Is one is Sean Casey saying that Newcastle are still active, and of course Sean will be on with us in a little while, so he can have it from the horse's mouth then.
Yeah, he's coming on around. He did DM me there. He's coming on just shortly after 9.
Okay, he's on at 9. Okay,
yeah.
And back to answer Shane's question. Still no Burn announcement. No, haven't heard anything yet from Burn on the announcement there.
At least he's there though, like we've seen him arrive and get his medical and stuff, so I assume it's just like tying them.
Yeah, he was there from 11 this morning. A lot of people were talking yesterday saying he was in the Northeast last night, but they didn't actually start the medical until today. So they didn't do half yesterday and then the rest today. So, but I think there are a few jokers out there because I have had a couple of messages saying he failed his medical, but I haven't seen anything official on that. I doubt that. I'd say it's just kind of getting done and set up. Maybe Matty Targets was a bit easier. You don't know, but we'll see.
Do you think we need a sporting director now then?
I would say they'll be the next moves. I think you'll see a CEO in some format. And then I think over the next week to 2 weeks, I think you'll see Dan Ashworth put in as director of football.
I think the amount of comments that Adam is flying in here, I think Adam will be the one asking you on the date, Bronwyn, next. Are you single? It'll be the question he'll come with.
Yeah. Just by the way, anybody watching, this is actually a football pod. It's not blind date. We're not here trying to. Oh, I actually just had a really good. No, I was going to say something there, but I won't. I'll hold back. I was actually going to say we could do a raffle one evening and
Jesus, man.
A date with Bronwyn. Do you know what I mean? Is that like, does that constitute pimping? It might do. So I better hang back from that.
No,
sorry, Bronwyn.
We'll stick with a hat.
Yeah.
We'll raffle you off.
Yeah, Jesus, I wouldn't fucking make much. 10 bob and a fat penny might be about it. I'd be happy someone just take me for a fucking Chinese. I'd be delighted.
Thanks to Nathan who's donated to the channel as well, and we've tripled 3 sources now that have talked about Pete Graves saying the 2 to 3 still Newcastle are still looking at. So that is very interesting. Who are the 2 to 3 though?
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh God.
There you go.
Much appreciated, Nathan.
I'd like to go back to Bronwyn's piece about Eddie Howe after the window and the 6 months, and we did, God forbid, we did go down, does it change? There were a few people who were questioning Eddie Howe pre this window. Yeah. Kind of one or 2 wins in 10, whatever it is we've had, 1 win in 10. I think at some point you have to question it. And I'm not saying you've got to give him stick because he inherited the team that he did and he's trying to unravel, certainly 3 seasons of shit from Steve Bruce. So from that perspective, I think he's still got to be given a length of time outside of the window. If Bronwyn's getting rude DMs now because of us on this show, it's nothing to do with us. If he gets a bit of time and things don't go well, then I think 2 things. One is questions will obviously rise because he will have had the players in that he has wanted to get in. And then secondly, he needs to start getting those results. And I think if he doesn't, I think fans will start asking questions. I think people higher up would start asking questions. Would PIF change him out quickly? I kind of think they would. I don't think they would suffer, hardship or running it into the ground. So I don't know. Daz, what do you think? Do you think Howe gets the players in? Do you give him, if he starts to not get results, where do you think he stands?
Oh, he's definitely in for the rest.
Question him.
He's definitely in for the rest of the season. That's a given. And even if we went down, and someone said it depends on the circumstances, but if we went down by a point or something like that, I'd still stick with him, to tell you the truth. I think give him a chance. But then, if you got to the stage of your start the first 10 games in the championship and it's not looking rosy, then I'd definitely be getting rid of him. That's as far as I'd give him. But I think he'll keep us up.
I think
even
we'll
what we have now, I still think
I'm not trying to incite a pylon or get it anyhow. I'm not saying he's not doing a good job, because we know he's trying to unravel three and a half years of mess that was left behind him, both at the ground level, as well as probably what Maydad, Amanda and other people are trying to do, above. Leave the camera alone. Oh man, we're taking a load of stick tonight. Unbelievable.
Martin, we just turned off our cameras.
Will we? Yeah. Yeah. That's fine.
Look, I want to throw something else at you, Bronwyn, because Martin's gone. Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang. People are asking about him. Would he be a good idea? I know we was talking what happened with Barca. Barca were meant to be going for him on loan.
Do you want an honest answer?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah.
I don't know who it is.
Oh, yeah, no, he's the striker for Arsenal.
Oh, yeah, I do. All these names kind of cool.
Yeah.
I mean, did you say that you wanted him?
I would take him.
We take him. Yeah, his head hasn't been in the game. The last one, he was brilliant for the last couple of years, but the last 2 seasons he's been off the boil. And we nearly bought him a few years ago. Well, I said nearly.
6 months.
Mike Ashley. But,
hang on.
We've got Bronwyn. You're going to be knocked off the main screen. I'm afraid we've got someone else to bring on who's getting the main screen.
Oh, hang on.
Where's
he must be doing this from the physical football pitch, is he?
I know who you mean now. Sorry. How bad?
There he is.
I still can't see him.
No, I can see him. Maybe put him on the big screen. I think he's frozen. I don't think he's got a great signal, to be fair. There he is. Probably not his best picture, to be fair.
Are you there, Richie?
Richie, are you outside the training ground? Can you tell us who was arrived?
Come in.
Yeah. Is he gone there?
Oh, he hasn't. He's playing football.
I would have loved that. That's for striker. There we go.
Yeah, there we go. Breaking news. No, he can't hear us at all, can he?
He can't hear us at all.
Is he going to leave this on when he's playing football?
Probably.
Okay.
He's gone again.
We'll leave him there in the corner to see if he come back.
Yeah. People in the chat, can you stop saying, please put Bronwyn on the big camera? God almighty. Like, unreal. Unbelievable.
Aubameyang, Martin, would you take him?
I would, mate. I know he has had a bit of an attitude, and he fecked off to Barcelona and got his tattoos and all that kind of stuff. Look, you're looking for firepower. You're looking for 6 months. You're looking for somebody to keep us in the league. If you went to Arsenal and said, hey, listen, we'll do your deal. 6 months, we'll pay half his wages. Take him in a heartbeat. Him alongside Chris Wood, Gameresh, would he finish off those chances? Absolutely, he would. He's going to get you goals. Is he a bit, problematic temperament-wise or attitude-wise or whatever else? Yeah, he probably is. But I'd still take him. He's a guaranteed goal scorer. So for 6 months, take him. Absolutely.
Yeah. Here, Mike has put in something here as well. Mike Gant has put in Zaha rumors earlier in the day.
Ooh.
What age is Zaha now? Is he around 28?
Oh, not sure.
Well, that kind of age. Yeah, we could take anyone now at this stage.
Yeah.
Let me see. There was another comment I wanted to say is as well from Ryan. He's saying that Pete Graves didn't know who the 2 to 3 were, and he was trying to figure it out along with Darmish and Carvey. So things going on behind the scenes. So maybe the hey, you can tell us. I don't know. I'm not in front of a TV, so if something happens, tell us. I'll be in the dark. Let me see where we're going next.
Sean must tell you.
Sean, yeah, he's coming on at 9.
No, he's actually just DM'd me. He said he'd be on just after 8. Sorry.
Oh,
he's not.
Okay.
He's not sure. He's not sure what he wants to do. But
yeah, no, it'd be
he's
good to
coming
get
in.
that the information from Sean then if he has something.
Yeah, it would be.
And so stick with us.
He DM'd. I can do 8 o'clock. Be with you shortly. There you go. Just DM me literally 2 minutes ago.
Hey, you've got everyone on the night.
There's a few people coming on.
And yeah, there's a few on that you don't even know about.
Oh,
yeah,
like
yeah.
who?
We kept a few secrets.
We kept a few up.
And some people said they might come on, and then they changed their mind. That's the power of Loaded.
Yeah.
The pull to bring them back in.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
That means we weren't sent on the negotiations.
Have you had Pete Graves on yet?
Coming up, I think we're targeting around 11th of February.
11th or 12th of Feb, I think it is, isn't it?
Yeah. Whatever suits Pete, really. But looking forward to that, Bronwyn.
That'll be good.
He'll be on, yeah. That'll be good.
He's married, though, Bronwyn. You don't need to ask him the question.
He's not wrong.
So I have a question for Bronwyn. Where are things standing currently with your brand? Obviously,
Good
people
question.
who don't know, anybody that is new to the show, best parts of 300 watching there now, which is good. That's gone up dramatically since Bronwyn came on because me and Daz were well below the 100 there, which is fine. So yeah, thanks for your support tonight, everybody that came on just to watch Bronwyn. Thanks very much. So where are things at with the brand now? Obviously, you've been supporting us for a good while now. We do actually need to do a few bits in get a couple more bits and do some giveaways. But where are things now at with Black and White Army? Is there anything else coming up? Any exclusives to give us tonight, or where are you with new lines or moving things on, or what's happening at the minute?
So obviously, Black and White Army and all the profits go to the food bank. But I have had obviously your support and a lot of other people's support, and I really like the logo. Like, I really like it, and I love wearing it, and it looks good, and it is limited edition because obviously it was just in between the time of what happened to 1892 and the new branding. But because I love it so much, I think I might keep it as a section on the website. So it's going to be like a brand new website, but I'm thinking there'll be a Black and White Army section that's all obviously Newcastle United, and I can still donate all of those profits to the food bank.
Cool.
And obviously there could be Loaded on there. I know we're all stuff. We don't know yet. It's still all working stuff out, but there's going to be obviously the new brand and the big brand. And is this breaking news, or is this breaking?
No, that's you. This could be the breaking news for the night, Bronwyn.
We were. You know, the weird thing is, we were only talking about this last night. That probably at some stage we would like to do some kind of a T-shirt or something with Loaded or Loaded Mag. So that that's definitely something we would love to do at some point. With you and Simon and get that all working. And I know that you and Simon were kind of DMing and questions about doing something together and everything else. So, everything that. But yeah, we would definitely love to do so. Whether people will buy something from Loaded is another thing. But
maybe
something we could do.
Martin, I've got it. A Loaded T-shirt with Bronwyn on it. There we go.
That sells. That sells.
That
sells. Yeah. Exactly.
Well, I was talking to Rich about it, so there's a possibility we'll do something like that. But the new branding, I'm really excited to tell people, but I just don't want to jump the boat, jump it, because obviously what happened last time, and I assume people just grass us up. You
were ratted out pretty much.
Yeah, so I'm just waiting until I've got everything I own it basically. And it just takes a few months until I officially own my new branding. And then I can be like, I'm doing this, because then no one can take it away from us because it's mine. And I've done it as close to Newcastle as I possibly can. But it's likely going to be a brand where it obviously is related to Newcastle United fans 100%. That's the whole basis of it. But I'd like to hopefully grow it into something that even football fans can wear, because it fits everyone. But obviously bottom line is it's for the fans. That's why I think I want to keep Black and White Army on it as well, because that is dedicated to us.
Okay.
So yeah, that's where we're at the minute. I'm hoping by the end of this month I'll know more. But I just don't want to like say this is what it is before I've even like officially owned it. Do you know what I mean?
There you go. Oh, hang on. There's
So-
another one coming.
Chris, I'm still just laughing at the comments like when we put Richie on the amount of complaints that we got. No, switch it back on. Switch it back on.
Yeah.
Get your phone, Richie.
Yeah.
Look, let's bring on Mr. Avon. Here he is.
There
Here,
he is.
Chris.
All right, guys.
Hey.
Bronwyn, how are you? You all right?
Oh, good. I've just copied off you and went to bed with my laptop instead.
It's the only way to do it. It's the only way
It's
to
so
do
much
it.
better.
There's,
Yeah.
there's four of us now. We'll switch over this way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
People
Now
will
the
be
complaints will
complaining.
start coming in again. Watch the comments. Why'd you do that for, lads? Stop changing the cameras around. Get you three off and just get her
Very
on.
And
good.
we'll
So I feel
leave
a bit-
Bronwyn beside her logo. There we go.
Oh, thank you.
There you go. So what's happening, Christoph?
How are we? We all right? All
Good,
right,
mate.
yeah. Just so yeah, I've been on NUFC Matters, as you know. Good show, really enjoyed it. But been itching to get on, and I know Pete's going to be on with us in a couple of minutes. I'm sure. Probably just getting a quick break. But
Getting suited
boys,
up.
what's been happening? What's been happening? It's just
Yeah.
been mental, hasn't it?
Look, have you heard the news, Chris? Because we do the show like we're just chatting in the pub. Have you heard the news that Pete Graves is saying that there's 2 to 3 players that Newcastle are looking at? Yeah, everyone in the chat is saying this.
Yeah. And to be fair, I heard it from the chat. Like I've not heard it myself. Obviously, I've got the transfer window on there, but watched very little of it. Do you know what I mean? But I think it's nice to hear, and it doesn't surprise me either. Like obviously, the Lingard news is disappointing. John Justice Allen seems to think that there's still hope there for that, and maybe Man United is just playing that one last chess move to try and make us pay the money that they want us to. But who's to say? I mean, the news that got me excited, I'm not going to lie, and it's not necessarily just for the player. It's just because of like the shithousery of it. I hope we take Dele Alli off Everton. I would love it.
But he's doing the medical.
If that happens, that's your fucking windows getting put out.
Again.
I'd take it. Yeah, again, yeah.
Second time
So
this
has,
season.
has Everton put an offer in for Dele Alli? Because I heard something about on the radio about Lampard trying to get him in.
Yeah, he's having
he's-
well, he's due to have a medical, isn't he? He's,
Right.
Yeah.
We
But we just swoop in. Exactly.
Little bit of breaking news, Taz. A little bit of breaking news. Okay, so Craig Hope, Kieran Clark, and Jamal Lewis have turned down loan moves. And despite being told by NUFC, they are not going to be named in the 25-man squad given to the Premier League.
Jesus.
Oh my God.
So they're just going to
So
sit
that's from
there.
Craig Hope. So they are just going to sit there. Both Jamal
Well-
Lewis and Kieran Clark have turned down
Kieran
loan
Clark,
moves this evening, despite knowing that they will not be named in the squad submitted to the Premier League, as room for Gamerish, Byrne, and Taggart will need to be made.
So I did read something too. Obviously, we've got to load off some players now, and I take it they're the first 2. I didn't know they could reject that. I thought they had to just do what they were told.
No. I
No,
mean,
they can turn
ideally,
them down
if they
if
want
they
to go and
want.
play football, if they want to go and play football, that's what they've got to do. But potentially now, Bronwyn, it just means that they're going to get left out the squad, so they're going to be in the reserves or training with the under-23s or whatever.
Train with the 18s.
Yeah, and but they'll still get the salary, but they just won't be playing any football.
Wow.
Yeah, Lewis is a strange one though. And Chris, what's your view on Lewis? Why does Howell just not rate him?
Yeah, do you know what, Mark? I was as surprised as you. I mean, somebody mentioned earlier on, which is a great point. Matt Ritchie can play left back, but he shouldn't be playing left back again in the Premier League, in my opinion. And I'm sure you probably agree with that. We've also got Matt Targett, who's just come in, who's a really, really capable left back. So you could argue that maybe that's why they're letting Jamal Lewis go. And then don't forget as well, we've got Dan Burn, who's come in from Brighton, and he can also play as well as centre back. He can play left back,
Left
maybe,
of a 3, left of a 4, or a left wing back.
Yeah, exactly.
There's options there.
Yeah, so maybe that's why. I mean, Jamal Lewis was being touted going to Birmingham, hasn't he? But me and Pete were quite surprised when the news broke, because you'd think he'd get a better deal than that, because Birmingham are what? Someone said they were 17th in the league, in the Championship. You think Jamal Lewis could get a better move than that, surely. Yeah. So that wouldn't surprise me why he has rejected that move.
But it's only loan though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's only a loan. It's only a loan.
So it doesn't really matter where they are in their respective league, I guess. But
Yeah.
unless there's kind of an option to buy or something. But yeah, it is because someone, I think it would have been Shane again, said Lewis out of the 25-man squad is crazy. But need to make room. Yeah. Would you take Matt Ritchie out instead? But maybe they can't get him a loan move for Ritchie, and it's just the one that popped up.
Jeff Hendrick apparently, again, according to Craig Hope, last 10 minutes is in line for a loan move to QPR.
QPR.
Oh.
Good.
So we've got a whole new squad, really.
I know.
Now, at least someone wants to see me on TV. Dan wants to see me on full screen. Yeah, see, no problem.
What's on your tie?
Oh,
I know what is on your tie.
It's meant to be. It's actually little flowers, but it's meant to be a yellow tie. There we
That's
go.
very pretty.
It's very nice. Yeah,
Thanks,
it's a nice tie.
Thanks.
Yeah,
thanks.
Yeah.
I'll be auctioning this off later at the end of the show.
Well done. Paulie Gallant's going to be straight on.
No, Paulie's in the chat, and Paulie.
He is in the chat. I did say well done.
And well done, Paulie. Yeah. And actually, as we said, Chris has sent out put in the order and sent it out already. So well
it's
done.
on its way, mate. It's on its way.
And we have another person in the green room.
Here he is. That's why there's been a delay. Here he is.
It's like bringing out.
Is he?
He is. He's suited and booted.
Oh, yeah. Look at him.
Mr. Smooth.
Look at me. Please.
Oh, hang on.
Lover.
Hang on.
Get him on the full screen. Get him on the full screen. There he is.
Jimmy,
I'm
fantastic.
happy with the tie. I'm happy with the tie. Take me off. Tie's not right.
Tie's not right. I didn't even have one that would fit around me fat neck, mate. You're all right.
He's all dressed smartly on the top, but what are you wearing on the bottom?
Shorts.
Pajamas.
Yeah, well, I was surprised because I thought you had the full kit and caboodle.
No. Hang on. I will do.
Yeah, see.
I don't know if I can. I don't know. Hang on. I do have
White screen.
Yeah,
Careful.
I have a pair of Levi's on. There you go.
I've got my shorts on. I'm not going to lie.
I knew it.
But I'm in bed, aren't I? Do you know what I mean?
Exactly.
Yeah.
No,
I have jeans on.
Pete's
back. Have you got the full gear on? Have you got the full suit on?
Yeah, he's just trying to put his pants
Couldn't
on.
possibly. I've got to feel a little bit. Of
Davey, you are sentenced to 6 years.
Different Davey.
Yeah.
Proper gravy.
A little bit of breaking news, not Newcastle related, but Aubameyang has agreed a permanent deal to Barcelona.
Where are they getting the money?
That answers that question.
Again.
Yeah,
on a free transfer.
Wow.
Ridiculous.
Wow.
Fucking yeah.
Free transfer.
Sky Sports breaking news.
Desperate
Barca have the money. Barca have the money because they took a 500 million loan.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's how Barca have the money.
Yeah.
There was breaking news earlier, lads. We're doing a range of merchandise with Bronwyn. Bronwyn told us.
This is
There we go.
This is with Rich though. Maybe he was trying to keep it a secret.
I'd say he probably was. He's on a markup.
We would have found out eventually.
I'm sure there'll be stuff we can do.
Yeah. I'd say pretty good.
What else?
What else is happening?
Is any the comments?
Oh God! Look at Mike Gent's comment.
I haven't got that far.
Yeah, we were talking about what's wearing underneath. He says Pete sat there in just a red thong.
Hold on, where's it going?
To be fair, yeah.
Jordy 2 for Life is going to be all over that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Can I have a picture, please?
It couldn't be any worse than Jeff. Jeff's got a picture of me on his wall.
Yeah. So we were obviously Pete, you're just on, but we were talking. So if you didn't see Craig Hope's piece, Pete, both Kieran Clark and Jamal Lewis have turned down loan moves and have been told they will be left out of the squad. What do you make of that?
Not surprised. If basically they've been told by the club that they should seek a loan move, I think that tells you that they've not got any plans to keep them in the squad. So from my point of view, I'm not surprised. What I am surprised about, particularly with Jamal Lewis, is that he's turned that down. He's going to have at least 6 months, maybe longer, without playing any football competitively, which is not good at all. Kieran Clark, I don't really care about, to be honest, whether he stays in the squad or not.
I was just going to say the same thing.
I don't really care. Like he's only sort of like screwing himself over, really. He could go on loan and play football somewhere and develop his game and find himself a move to another club. But again, I think it tells you with someone like Kieran Clark, he's just another Sarvi that will probably just sit on his wages and see his contract out. Yeah.
Can't win. You can't win, Pete. You can never win.
Get that picture off, man.
I know. He was messaging today, like you were saying. Like I got a couple of messages. It's like, what's Lee going on about? And then I realised, actually, it's fucking not him. It's bloody Geordie Tune for life. Like,
I'm gonna get calls in a second from my bro saying like, "Who's the guy with my picture on?"
Yeah, I'm telling you.
I love it.
Madness.
So funny.
They've just fell in love. They just fell in love with Lee, haven't they? Just the viewers love Lee.
I love this one from Adam. Pete's doing a Football Manager Champions League final.
Now you're talking.
Clicking away. Come on.
Now you're talking, my man. This is what we do.
Exactly. It's 2 a.m. The wife shouting at me, they won't fucking auto save. Quick. It won't save. I've just spent 5 million.
Boss, mate. Boss.
Oh,
So good. So good.
Someone's just said about Matthew Bonswell going on loan to Shrewsbury Town. Can I get it out?
Yeah, been done. Yeah, done deal.
Yeah.
He's gone off. That was confirmed by the club a while ago.
That's a good loan deal for him, to be fair.
It is perfect. They need it. This is what we hadn't had as a club, is making the right decisions on our young players to get minutes. We kept players in the under-23s for far too long. So I think it's a good move all round, and we're starting to get players out there getting football. They can only benefit from it. We can only get better.
So we're guessing that Shola's no longer the loans manager then.
I would guess not.
The loan arranger.
Always been directed better on what he should be doing.
Possibly. Yeah, nothing from the club. So
he's working for the foundation, isn't he? Or was he doing that alongside being like the loan manager?
I don't know. No, he is doing something new with the foundation. I do know that, but haven't heard anything else.
What's that? Oh, you're still waiting for my answer. How did I fall for that? Yeah. Sorry, Geordie, too, for like. Do you know what? I said this to Pete yesterday, didn't I? I was just in my own little world. I really was. I think I was just so zoned in on the comments.
Yeah. No, you were good.
Thanks, Marth. Thanks.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, Liam Kennedy just tweeting there. Just to back up from others, NUFC are still trying and working away on 2, if not 3 targets. They're not ready to give up on this window yet. No guarantees, and time is against them, but they're still going at it.
Love it.
And since you mentioned Liam, we may see him better. We may not. We may. You never know. He might be one of our mystery guests.
Sorry.
No, go on, Bronwyn.
No, I was just no. Please continue. I was just going to ask something that was nothing to do with what you're talking about. Sorry.
Go for it.
Go for it. It's football. You bring up the football topics.
It was just that. I don't know how to pronounce his name. It starts with the Z, and I don't want to say it in case I'm wrong.
This guy.
Zapata.
Yeah, that's it. Do you know much about him? So I don't know who he is.
Peter man.
Yeah.
Football Manager 22 knows.
No, Zapata's a top striker. He's 30, so he's experienced, but he's ready to go. They've got a really good goal scoring record in Italy.
Oh.
And apparently, Sky Sports have said that there's a £5.5 million loan fee that's available to take him in this window. So I would like to think that if we're still looking at players, that he's one that we're going for. To be honest, I think he's a top striker. Interestingly, someone mentioned that the Italian window is already closed, so I don't know.
Yeah, we were talking about that. So only for incomings, but they can still sell out.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
So that can still happen.
Which shouldn't be a problem, Pete. Shouldn't be a problem, should it?
No, because apparently Atalanta a couple of days ago have already signed a striker.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. We didn't know that.
Exactly.
Holy shit balls.
Oh, wow.
Sorry, so FC Florida?
What?
Yeah.
Nice.
That's a
Oh,
massive.
Yes, boys.
Thanks very much, lad. That is amazing.
Thanks,
Thank
CFC
you.
Florida.
Thank you, CFC Florida.
Such
Lovely
a
donation.
CFC Florida is fantastic.
It's
So
amazing,
much
isn't it?
support for this channel. It's unreal.
It
We
is.
really appreciate it.
Really
From all
appreciate
of
it.
Good stuff. Good stuff. But yeah, look, guys. Obviously, we're new to the party here. What are your thoughts about certainly this deadline day so far? What we thinking? What we thinking?
I said I was happy. I said it was a good. For me, it was a good 9 out of 10. Daz said 8. For my reason, I'll give you mine. We've been screaming for long enough. We've got problems of defence. Yeah. I think we've addressed that. Would I have liked to have seen another centre back, a Carlos or a Botman? Yeah, look, of course I would have. But I think we've addressed the left-hand side problem with with Matty Targett. Also, I think with Dan Burn, left-footed centre-back, scarce, decent deal at 13 million. He's been outstanding for Brighton. So, yeah, I'm happy to have him on board. It allows Eddie Howe to probably play a 3 or a 4 or a 5, whatever he wants to do. They're all fairly able to move around the park and play different positions, so that works well. Guimaraes is outstanding. Look, so far, absolute steal of the season. Look, really, really looking forward to seeing him play. He's got to hit the ground running, which will be tough. We brought in Chris Wood. Listen, as we've said on numerous shows, me and Paul Oxley have been shouting for him for 3 years. Yeah. So we finally got him. He will score. He's got a good goals to game ratio. So he's due a goal next game, hopefully against Everton. So yeah, I mean, from what we wanted, where we were from January the 1st, which was addressing defensive frailties, I think the ownership have done that. Guimaraes, I think, is an absolutely amazing piece of business. To get somebody like him, I think is outstanding. And we've got somebody up front. If we can get somebody else in before the end of tonight, I'll give it a 10 out of 10. But yeah, I'm really happy, Pete, with what we've got and where we've given ourselves a chance. Put it that way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's a fair point. Bronwyn, what are your thoughts about this window so far? Or certainly deadline day?
The lads were asking us earlier, like, you can't. Well, in my opinion, you just can't be like. For me, the takeover was like a peak, and then for the window to happen like this, like just getting Trippier alone would have been like unreal for us, and then it just gets better and better. I love it. I've never experienced it like this before. Like I'm absolutely knackered, and it's just all the information, like constantly focusing on it all the time. Like I don't know how people do it as a full-time job. Like. So
we don't normally have this problem, do we, Bronwyn? Because normally with transfer windows, we might get a loan, maybe, but 9 times out of 10, it comes to about 8 o'clock at night, and they go, "Yeah, it's all shut for business." But we're going to be working right to the wire.
Turned off by 1 o'clock after me sandwich.
Yeah.
1 o'clock. No, Newcastle are doing nothing right. That's it. Gone.
Yeah, it's just so surreal. It's mad.
Pete, for me, I said 8 out of 10. I just thought that we need a pacey striker just to kind of finish it off. And yeah, we'll have, and yeah, my worry is Wood. We'll have the wing backs now bombing down and crossing the ball to him. But yeah, if something else happens, Wilson, we could be in a bit of danger. So that was what I was thinking. And we have another guest to join us as well. And on those 2 to 3 names, people have been calling for him in the chat. Here's our friend Sean Casey, the man in the know.
I'll go if Sean.
How are we?
Yeah, Sean.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Hi, Sean. How's it going?
Good. You dressed up for the occasion?
We did, yeah. We thought we'd come on and look like dicks, and since we brought Bronwyn on, everyone's just be like, "Will you get used lads off and just put her on the large camera?" It worked out really fucking well, to be fair, didn't it?
Will I just leave so, yeah?
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Just before we switch over to Sean, just want to say a shout out to people. If you haven't already subscribed, hit that red subscribe button.
Yeah.
Less than 30 away.
We're on our way to 2,500. 30 away. Hit that red button. Make our night. Get us to 2,500. Sean wanted to try and get
Sean.
3.
I was just going to say Sean's got all the work to do now because he promised 3 by the end of tonight. So there you go. No pressure at all, lad.
It was a bit of a stretch, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. But actually, look, wouldn't be the first time you've given Duff info. I'm messing.
So right in today, didn't I?
You're in now. So where are we at in your head? Where are things at? Are the clubs still working on stuff? Because according to Pete Grave in his Spaces thing, Newcastle is still working on 2 to 3. Do you know of anything that's happening?
There's I know Felipe from Atletico Madrid, the centre back. He was offered this morning. I think he shares the same agent as Guimaraes as well. So that's when I tweeted this morning about that one. So I think that deal is still active. So they're still looking at that. But I think the Ekitike deal and the Lingard deal really consumed a lot of time. Like, they were led down the garden path on Lingard big time. The thing is, the player was convinced it was done. I was in contact with an agent of a different player at Newcastle, and he's basically saying that he contacted him, said the deal was done. He was expected to go up, said his goodbyes to United. Player Ralph Ragnac signed off on the deal, and he was overruled on it. So everybody expected the deal to get done. It was pulled last minute, unfortunately. But you know what? I don't feel sorry for the player either, being honest with you, because he had a permanent deal offered early December, and he kept on pushing off. And you know what? I think West Ham never came in from any kind of scramble for the move to Newcastle himself anyway, so move on from it. He wasn't committed to the club at the start, so, there we go.
The Felipe deal, Sean, has just popped up again.
With who?
Atletico Madrid centre-back Felipe. Apparently, we've asked again about signing in the final hours. So that's just popped up. From El Partidazo de Cope. So it's a foreign site.
Foreign press.
Foreign press have just commented on that, and NUFC 360 have just tweeted it out a few minutes ago.
Yeah, it's one that's kind of bubbled away all week as well. Like, it was looking at more of a backup, but look, if you I suppose if you've spoken to anybody that's in around the club, players, media, and that, they were absolutely convinced the club were going all in on Cody this week. Like, I was convinced they were going all in on Conor Cody. They expected 25 million off would have done it, but for some reason they didn't pull through on the deal. So they expected Conor Cody this week. He was a backup to Carlos, and that was kind of always going to be the case. But look, they tried again on Botman this week. They tried again on Carlos. They touched base with Wolves on Cody, but they got absolutely nowhere with it. And Felipe was always the fallback on that. And let's see if they can pull that off. But they're definitely active still, But I think the logistics of any foreign deals now are going to be tough.
Yeah.
If you see that I'm smiling, it's because my wife's just here, giving me the look.
I know what you're going to say.
If I disappear for 25, 30 minutes, then you might know. You might know. Still got it. If you see this
25 to 30 minutes, I think you're.
If you see that pop up at any point, then I apologise.
25 to 30 minutes.
Not sorry.
You wish. All right. So what else is happening, Sean? Anything you've got a bit of an inside track on, or anything else? Do you think we're going to get anybody else in?
I do. I think they might get one. I think they're fairly confident in getting one. It's hard now, but I think, look, we're definitely an attacker short. Like, the thing with Ekitike, and I know we spoke about it on the show last time, is that the problem was always going to be convincing the player. But on that, like, the deal wasn't dead. They've been speaking to his people, and they've been speaking to his club for the past 2-3 weeks, and all the signs were encouraging. And then was it yesterday or the day before, they were basically told the club that offer's still on the table, change around 1 or 2 clauses and we'll do the deal. So they done the deal for it, and then the player left them down last minute. Whereas you can understand it from the player's point of view as well. He's young, if you watch him against PSG the other night, he's still a bit naive. He has a bit to learn. So throwing him into that, it was always a bit of a question mark. But again, it's one that they felt like they got led on. They definitely thought that deal was doable. But look, we are where we are. We asked for owners that try. They tried. Is it enough? I really don't know. From an attacking sense, granted, now we have a solid foundation that we can actually build an attack on. Because I think Target is an absolutely fantastic left back. Last season, he was probably the best left back in the Premier League. Up there with him, with the likes of Shaw and Lucas Dean as well. And to be fair, with Aston Villa, I think the way Aston Villa conducted themselves was absolutely fantastic compared to the way Manchester United done it. With Target, I think the club didn't want him to leave. They said they hold on to him, but Gerrard said he's not going to stand in the way of a player of his level and restrict his game time with a World Cup coming up. And so fair play to him, Jimmy. It's a great deal for the club, I think. But
Sean,
Guimaraes,
I just wanted to jump in there, mate. You know, you mentioned Felipe from Atletico. Is there any truth in the rumor about Carrasco? I mean, I know his name popped up in the last 14, 72 hours. Nothing in it.
Look, I asked about it and I was told it was absolute nonsense and it's just his agent trying to get him a deal. I know early on in the window they wanted to take their Brazilian forward on loan. Is it Chuna? Is it Chuna or something like that? The fella, I think he came in from Hoffenheim, I think it was. But when they were in talks with Trippier, they're trying to get him in on loan a few times, but just couldn't get the deal done. Madrid couldn't get a forward in either. But I think there's a great relationship there between Howe and Simeone, so I think he's kind of leaning on him to try and get a player, like, you know. So look, hopefully they can get something over the line. I think Dan Burn was a great deal. You know, when Botman fell through, I think they offered 50 million there at the start of the week. Well, the start of last week, and when that fell through, they moved on to Dan Burn. You know, as a stopgap. I think the Botman deal definitely gets done in the summer. The problem is that they can't really start working on the deal until they're safe. And let's be honest, I don't think that's gonna happen anytime soon. I think we'll go right down to the wire on staying up.
Yeah.
You know,
loads of people are asking about Zapata. Is that one that could happen, Sean? Sorry if you mentioned already. I'm reading comments here.
Do you know what, on this one? And I think I was on to Davey on this one. I was told that they made a bid to Atlanta, but I was told it wasn't Zapata back then. It was Demiral, the centre back. They were trying to work out logistics of that deal basically because I think he's half owned by Juventus and he has an obligation. They 100% made a bid. I'm surprised it didn't come out in the media, like, you know. 100% they made a bid for him. They were trying to work out logistics of the deal, and this when we were linked with Goosens as well. We never had any interest in him. I just think it was more the fact that we were talking to Atlanta and people were guessing names, but it was definitely the centre back was Zapata. I think they reached out and very, very early on, and I think it was before they went for Wood, and they were quoted like 47 million for an obligation at the end of the loan deal, and that's the only way they do it. Now that's a ridiculous figure because that takes up a huge amount. You know, exactly. In the summer, they want Ekitike, Nunes, and they're going to look at someone like what's that Brazilian forward there for Leon Panqueta, is it, or what's his name?
The one from Leon.
Yeah.
Oh, Paqueta,
Midfielder.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's who they're going to look at, like Jimmy.
Bruno's best mate. Bruno's best mate.
Yeah. So they're definitely looking at him. They were actually interested in him first. You know, when they talked about Guimaraes. Late November, December is when they started talking to Bruno Guimaraes, and they were actually his agency actually offered up Carlos because they said the deal was there to be done. You know, but I think if it was any other club but Newcastle, that deal would have been done. Jimmy, they tried to milk us like for the money, and it just didn't happen. In the end, the owners walked away. They agreed to what they wanted 3 or 4 times. You know, I know people would say that they wasted their time and all this, but with Botman and with Carlos, they gave the clubs what they wanted 3 or 4 times, not an upfront fee, but you're talking clauses and add-ons and stuff like that, like Jimmy. So they done absolutely everything that they could. Unfortunately, they couldn't get them over the line. You know, you can't force a club to sell a player.
Is it true that the lad said it earlier that Dembele looks like he's going to Chelsea? Anyone heard that in there?
He's definitely come to England anyway. Well, definitely when they say that, like I've heard that the deal broke down with PSG, and he's getting a move to England with someone. Who it is, I honestly don't know. Newcastle made the offer. They've offered him everything he wanted. Whatever he asked for at Barcelona, Newcastle matched it. Will he come to Newcastle? I highly doubt it. Do I want a player of his character at Newcastle? I don't. For the simple fact that this is a fella that he was out. You wouldn't say I would injure, but he was out seeing a specialist for a PlayStation addiction a few years ago. Jimmy, so like he's a curious character. Like, you know, I like some of the stories about him are wild. Like, but him going to Chelsea with Tuchel makes sense. You know, does that free up the likes of Pusic or Hudson Odoi or something like that?
Yeah.
You know, one of them even. You know, I think Ziyech's form is actually after putting him out of a move because he was available for loan, but his form recently has been fantastic. So I don't think they're going to let him go. But look, they're scrambling at the moment. They're trying to get something done. Fingers crossed they get it done. Like, you know, I think we badly need an attacker. Like, I don't think Chris Wood is the answer. We had I'll double down on this. Like, they had no interest in the man. Like, you know, and again, and I've had this backed up by a few people, is that there was no release clause for January. There was a release clause for the summer, and the release clause in the summer was about 15 million. And Newcastle were told that they'd do a deal at 25 million. It was after the game they got knocked out the FA Cup, and they took the opportunity and went all in on Chris Wood. It looks like a fantastic decision now because they've struggled so much. they get in a striker. But at that stage, they had no interest. They were way down the list. I'm surprised they didn't go back in for Sasa Kladnic. I seen they signed a striker there 2 days ago, and I thought I'd go in for him. But again, I'd say you're talking big money and a complex deal, like, you know.
I'm gonna go now. Love you loads.
See you later.
I'll still be watching, but I'll let
Tell
Sean
your dad we said hello.
I will. He's
Yeah.
watching.
Yeah,
So
Bronwyn's down
yeah.
there.
God bless.
Yeah, exactly.
Bye.
No
Take
bother.
care,
See you
Bronwyn.
later.
Thanks for coming on.
She's gone.
Yeah,
Um,
but I think for us,
I have a question for you, Sean. And you were talking about Villa there, and we were chatting earlier in the week on DMs and stuff. It was one of the things we were chatting on the show. How is it that Villa can do their business? And obviously I'm not saying you'll know all the answers, but how is it that Villa can do their business? Nothing comes out really. There's not that much noise about what they're doing. Obviously we knew a bit about them trying to get a hold of Digne, but other than that, there's not too much noise. But anything Newcastle are doing is like it's out there. Is that agents spraying out names and letting stuff out the bag, or what do you think that is for?
But like when you look at, like, you have Damien Comolli in charge there, who has years of experience. Like, this fella has built up a reputation over the decades, like, of dealing with Premier League clubs. You pay a premium to keep things quiet as well. And if he goes in for a player, like, there's a respecting as well with the likes of Comolli and Daniel Levy and people at Liverpool and stuff like that. Like, and you would have seen there Levy threw the ties over the pram there, and he was reporting was it Julian Ward and Michael Edwards for their conduct over the Diaz deal. So like there's a bit of a gentleman's agreement there between some of the top clubs, and Aston Villa have that with clubs when they're buying from other clubs. They don't make a song and dance about it. They just get the deal done, get announced, and that's it. With Newcastle, we're new to the table, and everybody wants to milk us dry. Especially Premier League clubs, and that's where we are. Like, with Villa, I think Villa done a great deal with us for Target. I think the deal for Bruno Guimaraes, I really don't think that happens if we went all in on Carlos and Botman. Being honest with you, I think they would have upped that fee and put it up. And I know your brother Dave, Pete would have probably said the same as well on that. It was very much an opportunistic one. If somebody had asked me at the start of the window who was the most unrealistic signing, I would have said him, and that's been deadly honest with you. Like, when it comes to him and Frankie de Jong, he is levels above Frankie de Jong, and I know that might sound a strange thing to say, but he is levels above. Like, you're talking, if Newcastle didn't win this window, it would be an Arsenal or Juventus or any of that. And the talk was that his agents or whoever, right, basically what they said is cough up or shut up. Like, there was a couple of low moves and stuff like this. Newcastle were at the table. The player himself said, I want to make a move. I think he'd done a couple of strange interviews in the build up to this move, like, saying that the team is a bit robotic and stuff like that. And there's, he's kind of questioning the manager and stuff, and he wanted out this window, and Newcastle wanted to show the interest, and the player himself kind of ignited the talks and got us back to the table and stuff and that. Like, he really, really wanted to move. Fair play to him.
I just wanted to add on to the point that you made about Guimaraes, because you're absolutely right. He never intended to stay at Lyon very long. It was his kind of way into sort of like European football and playing regular European football. The thing that surprised everyone is that the fact that Newcastle came about. Because like we've already talked about, Juventus, Arsenal, there were a number of other top European clubs that were just waiting for the summer. Everyone just thought, get to the summer and then we can get him, because they know how good he is. And obviously all of those top teams have got more money to play around with. But Newcastle have really kind of surprised everybody by not just throwing the money down, but throwing the project in front of him. And you can tell by his reaction that he's really, really not just excited to join Newcastle. I think he's excited about what the project is. And the fact that you mentioned Lucas Paqueta for the summer, that doesn't surprise me. Those two are inseparable. Playing together, they just sync. They know each other's game. So you can imagine Lucas Paqueta playing as the attacking midfielder with Bruno Guimaraes playing just behind him next season would just be an absolute delight. I don't think there'd be probably any other better midfield pairing in the Premier League, in my opinion, than those two.
The thing is as well, like, and something I was kind of reassured on as well, is that there was three players, Paqueta, Rafinha and Nunes, that if somebody made a bid for him, then Newcastle were going to match it. You know, not necessarily deals that they want to do this window, because very tough deals to do, like, and very time consuming. You know, I think once they got over the first 2 weeks of the window, they wanted to concentrate on deals that they could realistically get done. You know, again, like you're talking, for an example, like Marcus Edwards is probably not Marcus Edwards, sorry, Edwards at Liverpool, probably the best there is. He started working on the Konate deal back in 2019. Jimmy, that's how long these deals take. I mean, we've had 3 months. You know, the job that the owners have done is absolutely fantastic. You know, they've had help. Like, you know, I think it might come out in the next couple of weeks and stuff like that. Like, you had Jamie Rubin, Amanda, and you had Merdad, but there was 2 other people as well who became very prominent as well in negotiations. I'm not going to say their names on this, but they became very prominent and they gave a helping hand to it, and they kind of work in the background for the club, I think, for the foreseeable future. But I think how they conduct themselves in the transfer window is probably a negative thing, in the sense of, I know I spoke about it last time, saying that the director of football would want to know where the chain of command is and stuff like that. If you're director of football, you sit back and you look at this, you think, Jesus Christ, am I needed? You know, in the sense of, I think they want more of a technical director than a director of football. They want somebody that can work back from the first team, you know, and implement a style of football across all levels at the club. You know, so how it plays out with Dan Ashworth and stuff like that, I'm very interested in. You know, I DM'd a few people I know. I might have sent it to 1 or 2 of you as well a couple of weeks back, saying that David Weir had turned down a job at Everton. He's going to fall into a role with Ashworth, kind of a, how to say, handover period with Dan Ashworth before Dan Ashworth leaves to join Newcastle. And I'd say about 5-6 weeks later, it came out in the news there last week. So everything that I'm getting at this point, I'm very positive that Dan Ashworth is going to come into the club. You know, which is, and like, look what the man has done. Like, the man has built, like, look at Brighton. Like, they've done a fantastic job at Brighton. But even look what he's done at England. You know, this whole England DNA and stuff like that. Like, what people don't realise is that Newcastle should be the hotbed for talent. You know, like, if you ever read Soccernomics or anything like that, like, there's a book called Soccernomics, and it basically will tell you how the economic climate will dictate where future talent comes from. You know, and with Newcastle, if you can build an academy in Newcastle where young people have to go play football, to me, it would be absolutely huge for the area. You know, what people don't realise is that when the Saudis, when PIF, when they were asked to come and buy Newcastle, they were asked to come and buy 20, 30 different clubs. They had people travelling over and back to Newcastle for the best part of 2 years, assessing the club. You know, like, not just the club, but the community. Jimmy, as in, like, they're not just buying Newcastle Football Club, they're buying into Newcastle as a city, where the city will be in 6, 7, 8 years' time is going to be absolutely frightening. They're going to create, Newcastle is going to be, how would you say, a national centre for sports. Like, you know, that's what they see there. Like, no, like, they think it's a perfect location to have a massive sports brand there. Like, you know, and that's what Newcastle are going to be. You know, and I know I spoke a few times about a network of clubs, and Newcastle are going to be the lead on that. I think the next big thing that we'll see of them is an investment in a Brazilian football club as a feeder club.
Cool.
And I think that's where we're going with it.
Sean, just a quick question for you, mate. I know it's very hard to say, and I know you're not a gambler, man. You've already said that. But if I was to ask you, you know, we're looking at, even if you can't name players, maybe just positions. If what's being said is to be believed, that we're looking at maybe three players. In your opinion, and again, I know this isn't gospel, and I'm very careful of saying that because I don't want people to jump on you. But in your opinion, and from what you know or what you believe, who do you think the 3 possible players that we're still looking at are? And do you think Jesse Lingard's one of them? I know a few people are saying that, you know, obviously Man United have come out and said deals off, not going to happen, blah blah blah. Do you think that that's another move that Man United are making to put the pressure on because they know that we want the player, and it's basically saying put up or shut up?
Honestly, it's so close to the club at the moment. I don't think anybody knows who the names are, and that's been deadly honest with you. The brief this morning was that they would go for Ekitike, Target, Dan Burn, right, and Lingard was something that they were going to let kind of simmer along in the background. If it happened to happen, they weren't going to apply pressure on it, and they were going to look at Felipe as well. But with the way things kind of after going now, I don't know, it could be anybody, I'd be guessing, and that's been deadly honest, which I've reached out to a couple of people there before I came on this, and nobody had any names. You know, I was just told 2 domestic, and it was one abroad. Who they are, we don't know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe we'll go for some questions for Sean first. Just This is from earlier before you even joined, Sean. There was talk about Cole Palmer. Would they go back for him again? He's linked at one stage.
Yeah, I think they've reached out today on that.
On that one, very good.
Yeah, so I think they have.
Yeah, people are talking about Dele Alli. Would we go for him? I know he's medical for Everton, and someone else said that it said in Talksport that that there's no approach from Newcastle. But have you heard anything about Dele Alli? And
being honest with you, I think it's agent talk, because they want Everton to sign into an obligation of about 30 or 40 million or something like that. And Everton are the only club stupid enough to do that. So I think it's more they're trying to push a deal with Everton that Everton don't really want to do. And even on that, I asked about Danny van de Beek as well before he signed for Everton, and Newcastle never had any interest in him. He is not remotely rated by anybody at the club. They like anybody they've spoken to, kind of involved in football, involved in any clubs, and they'll tell you that how he got a move to Manchester United at the time is absolutely baffling. He has nothing that even resembles a footballer. It's it's a shock. It's a shock to everybody. So when we were linked to him, I asked the question, and it was basically laughed at. That basically our level of target was way above that. I said I know he scored a winner next week against us.
Jesus. Okay.
Yeah, question from Jordy 2 for Life. We talked about the Webster rule there the other day, but hear anything about that, Sean? Probably.
I know I was speaking to someone there, I suppose an ex-pro and stuff like that. Like I was asking him if it checked out, and basically what it is that when you complete a contract at a club, there's a loyalty bonus and that involved. So I think Jesse Lingard realistically is looking at the loyalty bonus and the massive signing on fee as a free agent. So I think there's an awful lot of money for motivation there, which I don't blame the player. At the end of the day, like he was at United for a long time on a very poor deal. Like he's obviously still a multi-millionaire, but at the age he's getting to, Jimmy, fair play to him. He's cashing out, like, and that's it. Like, so he'll get his loyalty bonuses, signing on fee for either us, Spurs, or West Ham in the summer. But for me personally, I hope we don't go back in for him.
Cool. People are asking as well about. I suppose they're just looking for names. Any name in general? Any names for? I think you would have told us already if you knew.
If I knew already, like they looking back over, like I know they had a deal done basically in place for Ramsey, but they pulled out of it. They had a deal done for Cantwell. Everything was lined up for it, but again they put it on the back burner because somebody better became available, and that's how the window has kind of went from, really. Like so it could be a number of players, but now getting closer to the end of the window, I don't know. I really don't know. Like
Broda from who's playing on loan at Southampton from Chelsea.
They looked at the deal, but he didn't have an out on his deal. So basically, there's some loan deals, right? You can factor into the loan deal that in a January transfer window, if a certain fee is triggered, the player can either join that club or they can join another club, much like we had with Mikel Moreno when he was with us. And the reason why we done it early is to protect the deal, because they thought that a big club was going to come in the January. So with him, there was no buyout on the deal, but they definitely looked at him.
Cool. And just to finish off with the questions, I'm going to go, because we've got another guest waiting in the green room. We'll get it on as well. About Wood. What's your opinion? Was Wood a panic buy? And people are saying if you put another 25 million on top of that, or some people also said another 10 million, you could have got someone else. What's your thoughts on Wood?
Look, when the Wood deal came about, they were offered Wakehurst as well from that went to Burnley. They were offered him, but nothing checked out in the background on him. Poor attitude, lazy, this, that, and the other. So they passed on the deal, and the feeling was that he was always going to end up at Burnley. To be honest with you, kind of late in the window. But with Wood, it was a panic, but it was a needless panic. It was needed. Look at where we've ended up. We couldn't get any other strikers. They've tried. I was working out there before I actually came on the show. I think it was something like 11 strikers that they went through before they actually got to Wood. Jimmy, that's how far down the list it was. Like, so look, I support him. Like you look at it against Leeds. Individually himself, his performance wasn't great, but he pulled and dragged their defence all over the place. was it 15 headers he won and stuff like that? So he's not going to be, he's not a skillful player. He might not get the goals to keep us up or whichever like that, but he'd pull other players into play. I think we'll be a totally different attacking threat when you have a solid foundation and a good back four behind you. And I think Target, Byrne, and whether it's Cher or Lascelles or Fernandez or whoever goes in there with Trippier, we have a very, very solid back four, which is definitely something to build on. I know we have Guimaraes as well, who totally changes the dynamic in the midfield. Guimaraes, we know, a pivot, in the sense of you can have a Shelby, you can have a Guimaraes, and then you can have a Willock up ahead of him, which totally changes the midfield.
Cheers, Sean. Just answer Tony T and the Revenge of the Crumpet Men. Still the award for the best name. It's 11 p.m. is the deadline.
But it's 1 o'clock for the deal sheet though.
Deal sheet. Okay.
So I think there's a part which you have to have done before 11 o'clock, but you can actually sign the player up until 1 in the morning. And with a loan deal, if you're getting a loan deal from a club abroad, you can also sign off in the deal without doing the medical. If the player gets injured or if something doesn't pass, you just have a cracked player on your hands. But financially, we're in a position where we can kind of consume that.
Yeah. I think it's time to bring out our next guest. So our next
guest.
Is it?
Sorry? Is it me?
Is it you? It's you again. Imagine if I had you on another stream as well. Welcome to making his loaded debut. It's Ben, and you may also know him as Burnsie. Welcome, Ben.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
You hear me okay? Yeah.
We can.
Yeah, we hear you.
Two in the nose on the one show. Wow. Good to have you, Ben. All good.
Yeah. Thanks for having me on. I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to make it a couple of hours ago. I was having a bit of a tricky night, but I've managed to escape for a bit.
Good night.
It is.
Good man.
Good to have you. So you look just in general. How have you assessed what's been a bit of a mad day?
I'm absolutely knackered. I'm shattered. But it's been a wild one. It started really, really quickly, didn't it? And my prediction was that we would get 4, 5, or 6 in, and it doesn't quite look the case that we're going to do that. But it's a difficult one. I'm very happy with who we've signed. Everyone who we've signed are top players, like players that we should be, the level what we should be going for. Trippier, Bruno, that's the level which we aiming for. We've got them, but I'm very disappointed that we haven't improved the attacking outlets apart from Wood so far. Obviously, I've been listening to everything what we've said tonight, and what Sean was saying there. We've still got time, but it's a worry that everyone's gone on about the defence for weeks. Yes, we needed centre back, and we probably still do need another centre back, but we're one of the lowest scoring teams in the Premier League, and we've kind of just not done enough for me in that area. Lingard would have been great, and then maybe any of the strikers what we linked with, Origi, Zapata, anybody would have improved us. But Wood is a great target man, but if Wilson's injured for a few more weeks, and if he gets a reoccurrence, we're very light up front. And then finally, if anything happens to Allen, we're very light in the creativity areas as well, like extremely light to the point where, we'll be defensively sound, but unless we get an attacker in the next 2.5 hours, I think we're going to pray that Allen doesn't get injured, because if he does, it's, like I said earlier, it's going to be tears. I think. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. But obviously, with it being light in terms of time left in the window, like you mentioned Zapata, but who else is out there that we could potentially get a deal for?
This is it. We've probably left it too late. But it's quite confusing because, like, I put a tweet out earlier. Like, I know deals are hard to do, but do we need a striker or don't we? Because, like I say, all week we've heard. Last week it was, we're going to go for Darwin Núñez, and then obviously Zapata was heavily linked, and a few other players. There's so many to think of. It's kind of a a blur. It's like there's so many names, but if these aren't coming in, then who is? So like everyone's saying, "Oh, the club's done great. It's done great." And yeah, we've signed well, but has the club actively been chasing these players? And if so, by not bringing in a striker, they've I don't want to say failed because that sounds really bad, but you know, if you either want a target in that area or you don't. Same with Lingard. Are we after an attacking midfielder or aren't we? You know, it's like it's okay saying, "Oh well, we didn't get them." Shrug our shoulders. Let's move on. What we've got, we'll do. But ultimately, the club has been chasing these players. So essentially, it's not a perfect window because it looks like we're going to be left short as things stand. So it's a tricky one. It's probably too late now. I'm going to be honest. It's probably too late. So it's a little bit disheartening for me. And probably a few others feel the same. Other people seem to think it's okay. We have enough, you know, but I'm not so sure.
I've got a question for all of you, actually. Obviously, with the fact that, you know, the Ekitike deal didn't go through, the fact that the Lingard deal has been called off, does this mean that Dwight Gale stays at the club?
I think so. I don't know what Sean thinks, but I've heard that it'll be like, you know, like for like. If someone comes in, Gale would have probably gone. Although the thing about Gale is that I know he's very, very settled in the area, and he doesn't like moving very easily. From what I can gather, from what I've picked up over the years, I know he did West Brom a couple of years ago, but I know his family's settled in the area, and I just don't think he cares anymore. I think Gale would happily sit, just training every week and not playing until the summer at least, or for the remainder of his contract. I think his fire has gone from his belly. You know, that's what I feel. I feel like he could have pushed a move to a championship club, but for me, he just doesn't care. So I don't think he stays.
I think you're 100% right in that. I know we spoke about early in the window about Dwight Gale moving to Middlesbrough. Once that deal fell through, he wasn't moving. You know, and the only reason he went to West Brom is because Newcastle gave him a sweetener that when he came back his contract, he was getting more money on his contract. You know, so he actually got a pay rise to go to West Brom because it was just a mess that they were on, and I know everybody remember. But yeah, just like that, like, you know, it's like when a striker gets injured and it's Gale signed to play, he gets injured as well himself.
Yeah.
You know, so look, the man is bleeding the club dry. You know, I think there was a Peterborough thought they had him. Like, you know, they wanted him. There was a couple of clubs, but he has refused point blank at all stages to move. So look, that's where we are. And on a striker, like, you know, going back to what Rafa Benitez said, to find a striker that can kick the ball forward, it costs you 25 million. You know, and like every club wanted a clause on it that, if he stay up, like, no, he's going to be the reason behind it, and we want 10 million, 20 million. You know, it's grand getting them players, but it has to make sense. You know, if they were, if Chris Wood was 11th on the list, you know, I'd love to know where they actually got to in the end. You know, and that's been deadly honest with you. They've tried, like, you know, it's not easy to bring in a striker. You see the struggles with a lot of clubs. Look at Spurs. Like, Spurs have Harry Kane. They've been trying to get a parent of Harry Kane for the best part of 3 years, and they can't do it. You know, my only criticism is that they aim too high. Do you get me? They definitely, like, the bar was very high. But the thing is, again, like, you know, with Carlos, they were invited to the table on Carlos. They were happy out to push Burnley and push Wolves early in the window to try and get Cody or Tarkowski in, and then Carlos became available, and then they were offered Bremer, another Brazilian centre back, like, you know, so they started getting offered these big names, and then they got bogged down in negotiations because, like, people were asking for a little bit of extra and a little bit extra and a little bit extra. So look, I think it's definitely a learning curve for them, but look, for me, I think they've done a good job in the sense of we're far better off. Is it enough? I really don't know, but if we're relegated, we got relegated trying, you know, and that's the main thing for me. Like,
yeah.
Okay. Do you guys, obviously I've met Sean before, and Ben, first time meeting you, nice to meet you, mate.
Nice to meet you.
Do you lads bounce off each other? Do you guys have contact? This is me purely asking, it's not in the chat or nothing. Like, do you guys get similar info? Like, if you get something, Ben, do you bounce off Sean? Sean, do you chat to Ben?
Yes, I mean,
we've had 2 arguments, haven't we?
Yeah. Well, it's
you know,
the same with,
it's good.
yeah.
Like,
It's the same with Looney Tune. I was talking to him today as well, and he gets a good few things right, and so does Sean, and I really think I do too. But I think it's good to have contacts and like you say, similar people with similar minded kind of like a similar vibe going on. And Sean and myself have that, but we do hear different things. But a lot of the things we've heard over the time, there are similarities. But like I say, we know different people, and it's not always 100%. Sometimes my info's off. Sean might hear something that he's a little too confident on, or I'm way off the mark from somebody that's telling me something that's not right. And same with the other lads like Looney and those kind of people. It's we just try to pass on what we hear, I think, and I wouldn't do it if I really didn't think what I heard was true. But there's like 2 or 3 people that I've kind of would class as like really like top sources to me now. Like I'll touch on them briefly, but someone who is kind of floating about the medical department. I won't say anything more than that on that one. That I tend to hear a bit more about injuries. I think I got one wrong once regarding Wilson, and I was jumped on, piled on, because I said it was short term and he was out like 3-4 months. But initial diagnosis was that he was not badly injured. But so that's where I get that information from. But then there's another guy I've made a contact with who has very good links down south with Spurs. I've had a lot of good information from him this window. But then my final one would probably be someone who also shall remain nameless, but has very good links to the local lads who play for us. Again, I'll remain nameless with them, but it's not hard to work out. There's a few we have a couple of local lads, 2 or 3 of them, that have friends in the area, and they tell their friends, and it's like a kind of chain of command. It comes down the line, and a lot of the stuff I heard last year regarding the contracts, the Gale contract extension, the Clark contract extension, the Federico Fernandez one, the Murphy one, the Shah one. If you go back, I mean, it's completely relevant now. We've moved on. But I was actually the first one to break all these contracts. Everybody else was saying, they're going for free, they're leaving for free, and blah, blah, blah. And then a few weeks later, boom, they all came out one by one. So I know that that was info from the players. A couple of brothers that like to talk a little too much to their friends, maybe. But I don't know. But yeah, it's always nice to hear different people's sides of things. And I class Sean and Looney as 2 of the best guys on here for little snippets of info. Oscar Highland Geordie, and another lad, which I'll keep his name out of, who I'm in regular, well, 2 lads I'm in regular contact with. So I've got about 6 people I really trust on here, and we get a lot of stuff right, but you get the odd thing wrong, because the thing with football is that it's a fluid, ever-changing scenario. I mean, look at today. You had the big name accounts this morning saying Ekitike was a done deal. I'm going to be honest. Yeah. I lost £50 on that one this morning. I try not to gamble too much, but when I feel like it's certain, I felt that was certain this morning. I think I've recouped it with Burn, but I'm not sure yet. But we'll see. I don't know if he's passed his come out from his medical yet. But so everything changes all the time. So sometimes you hear things, and then a few minutes or hours or days later, it's just not the same information anymore. So I'll keep doing it. I'm sure Sean will. We enjoy it. We like to give people a little bit of hope, a bit of information, and it's not about leading people on or getting likes or followers. It's just a passion. We like it. We hear things that we maybe think we should share, and I think we do share them. So long may it continue.
Fair enough.
Maybe we'll go for some of the questions in the chat, because a lot of people are asking about Burn. What's the hold up? But yeah, some other people are saying that they only started the medical at 4:00. So give it a chance. It should go through. Yeah. Then, and as the same person has asked the question about 5 times about a keeper, because we it's a striker we need to focus on. After a striker, it'd be more defenders and then maybe a keeper. So I think we're okay for on the keeper stakes. But yeah, we would have probably taken the Henderson if we could have got him. But as I kind of said earlier in the show, my own comment about Man United, they did not want to do any business with us really. But what's your thoughts on the keeper, lads? Do we this window, this couple hours left? Do we need a keeper?
We won't get one in this window, obviously, but it was definitely a huge area from improvement. When I suppose when kind of Howe got his head under the bonnet, really, like with the stats analysis and stuff like that. I know there was somebody put out a graph there the other day, and it was about distribution from the goalkeeper and where your defensive line is in relation to your goalkeeper. Newcastle were the worst by a mile. So like his feeling is that like you have a group of keepers that are rooted to their line. They can't play out from the box. You can't push your team up if your goalkeeper isn't competent enough to be a sweeper keeper. And as I said last time on the show, I wouldn't be surprised if all our keepers are gone in the summer and they'd get in 2 new ones. They've looked at Sam Johnson, they've looked at Bigelow there, he's at Feyenoord, and they've looked at Henderson obviously as well. But I think there'll be a massive overhaul of the goalkeeping department because he wants goalkeepers that can play football. To me, and look at it, like it's the way of the world at the moment. Like a goalkeeper's position has a huge impact on a game now, like, and especially with the position of your fullbacks and stuff as well. Like, so it's definitely an area that we'll see huge improvement on in the summer if we stay up.
Yeah, I think they're definitely trying to get Leno in, and they've definitely tried for Henderson. So we know again it ties in with what I said earlier about do we need a striker? Do we need an attacking midfielder? Do we need a goalkeeper? The club apparently appears to think that we do need one, So again, it's a little bit worrying that we haven't fulfilled these positions. If we were making the decision to go for them, I think in summer obviously you get more time, there'll be more chance to fill them. But it's a shame because Dubravka used to be a really good player, and he still is a good keeper. But he's lost that little bit of magic, I think. He's gone from an outstanding keeper to an okay keeper that the mistakes have crept in more. Again, what Sean said there, about coming off the line and stuff. And, look at Darlow. I think earlier in the season was it Tony when he scored against them. And he said they'd been studying the weakness in him. And it's something like when he dives to his left, he's near enough every shot goes through him or something like that. Like left-handed saves. They'd really studied that, and I think that's true. If you look back, a lot of the goals, if it's going across the Darlow's right, he's much stronger. But if it's on his left-hand side, it's a lot of them just kind of get through. It's as if he's not there, and Gillespie's just not up to the standard. So we definitely need to improve that area. We'll see what summer brings.
People were worried, Sean, when they saw you looking at your phone. They thought you might have some breaking news somewhere.
No.
There's a little bit of an update with regards to the keepers we're actually talking about at the moment. Samuel Luckhurst is tweeted out saying that Man United are now refusing to let Dean Henderson go out on loan despite interest from Newcastle and Watford. So they're out
to get us.
Look, Man United have had such a weird transfer window. They're as a club, they're acting so strange at the moment. They just look like a really poorly run club, just the way in which they're handling this situation. Because, look, all that's going to happen is that Dean Henderson is going to demand to leave in the summer and he's going to go. And yet they're not going to be able to replace him. Jesse Lingard's going to leave for nothing, so they're not going to benefit financially at all from having him. And you know what? He's not even going to play. So I just think it's just really poor decisions. They don't trust Eric Bailly, but they're not allowing him to go. They let Phil Jones go to Bordeaux, but then he didn't kind of sort out that deal. It's they're just all over the place. They really, really are. It's just such a strange club at the moment, and it's a shame because they've got 1 or 2 players that could have really improved our team.
I just hope that we remember, Pete, when in a couple of years' time, when we're trying to get rid of our cast-offs and they want to buy them off us, we won't give it to them. So we'll remember that.
To even add to that, Pete, I think it was at the end of last week, United actually, I think Ragnar himself actually agreed a deal with Marseille for Kamara. I think it was something like, I think it was like 5 up front and it was like 2.5 million with an add-on or something like that. And the board overruled them on the transfer. And then today with Lingard, he himself personally, from what I was told, is that he told Lingard, like, you're free to go. Like, you know, I'm releasing it. They're happy with what Newcastle have done, and Newcastle have agreed to pay what they pay. And it was a phone call afterwards in from somebody in the board saying that you're not leaving, you're staying. You know, so if he's getting overruled already, and look, the man's a control freak. Like, I know he was interviewed for the Newcastle job very early on, and I probably would have DM'd Ben this a few times, like, is that he wanted way too much control straight off the bat, much like Emiliano and stuff like that, like Jimmy. So, being honest with you, it already looks like something that's destined to fail massively at Manchester United with Ragnar, like, you know, so let's see how it goes.
So, sorry, just to... Oh, no, it's fine. I thought it was
just look, we're getting a few questions here, and Ben, I'll put this question to you. It's from Paul. It's asking about how many people are on your block list, Ben.
A lot. There's a lot. The block list, it's getting lengthy, but I just don't. I'll say this, you know, one more time. I don't put up with anything these days. So I've got, like, it used to just be back in the day, you know, something really, you have to say something really, you know, quite offensive for me to, you know, click that little block button there. But these days, I'm doing it just purely because, you know, I don't like people's profile pictures these days. So I'm just like, that's it. No, that's a joke. I never discriminate like that. But no, it's just I don't put up with, you know, obviously you guys will know a lot of views here have, you know, seen your accounts grow, especially the you know, the loaded account in general, and Sean, your individual account and stuff like that. And the more people you follow, the more idiots there is. So you have to filter that out somehow, because I don't take it personally anymore. Those days went long ago. A few years back, I made a decision that I couldn't keep my account running if I bit, because I lost a couple of accounts that I worked really hard for, and it really set me back. So I made a decision when I made this one a couple of years ago now. I thought, right, it's a fresh start. You know, you're in your 30s now. Don't bite. Just leave it.
The thing about it is, like, Ben, and you would have seen this yourself, it's when you put out information like that, and I think after the loaded show, when you look at your analytics on your Twitter, I had 7 million impressions on my account in 10 days of January. You know, the profile visits were 3 point odd. You know, it was crazy numbers. And, like, literally, if I put on my phone, when I get back to my phone, my DMs were 10, 11, 12, whatever like that, and every time my interactions, my comments were 20 plus.
Yeah.
You know, and, like, when you're scanning down through them, for some reason, it's only the ones that are adversarial are the ones that would kind of pop out, you know, the negative comments. And then I was kind of thinking to myself, like, I'm actually only reacting to the ones that are negative, and I'm actually not giving any attention to people that are actually following up for information that want to have a conversation. So I locked the account, and look, I know everybody would have seen the comments and the tweets and stuff like that after I was at the show last time, because they built a profile of me that didn't fit, so then they had to try to create another one. And basically it was look, I'd be honest with you, I'd be 100% open and honest, and I think I tweeted a few of you afterwards. Basically what it was is there was actually 2 tweets in particular, right, and they were screenshot over conversation and totally taken out of context. Like, it's actually nuts what people will do, like, you know. One of them was a conversation, it was after an attack or whatever like that, and we were actually talking about a newspaper article, and we were discussing a quote of a newspaper article, and I was saying that it's a very tricky quote, I didn't like it or whichever like that, and the other account that was actually pro what the article was actually suspended because we reported them. You know. And then the next one then was a conversation about only foods and horses. Would you believe or not, we were talking about only foods and horses, and we were on about the episode with you know, that Gary Curry episode one. Probably one of my favorite episodes, and that's what we were talking about. And they actually snipped my comment about that out of the episode and made it out to be something totally different, like, you know. And then there was about 15 different Sean Casey accounts popped out, and there was people screenshotting stuff that they were saying it was me and stuff like that. Like, I was like, fuck it, man. Like, it was absolutely nuts. Like, the morning after I went on the show, I left my phone in my locker and work, and 2 hours later I went home, my battery was gone dead. Jeez. Jimmy, it was just mental. Like,
sorry about that, Sean.
Yeah, sorry about that. But I think we've all had that, like obviously after that first show, you know, because I DM'd you, Sean, and I went, fucking hell, I'm getting hammered here, left, right, and centre. In fact, you were even on the show.
Yeah.
And then, like, I was getting people DM me going, so, like, did you go for a drink with Sean tonight? I was like, just because he's fucking Irish, I didn't meet up with him. Do you know what I mean? And
Well,
it
we did put that out, though, Martin. We said
we did put that out, yeah. So that was our own doing.
Bar, yeah.
But it was exactly the same last night when we started tweeting out, Ben was coming on, Sean's coming on. And, like, I started getting messages last night at, like, 9 o'clock. Are they the same person? And I was like, well, no, there'll be fucking 2 people on tomorrow night, so you can ask them. So they run their own accounts. I was like, and I mean, phone must have been going, and it was the same thing by about 10 to midnight last night. My phone was nearly dead, had to recharge it again. But it's like, you definitely get the negative because, like, we definitely got messages to the accounts yesterday going, oh, geez, you know, I used to like you lads, now you're bringing these 2 wasters on, or you're doing this, or you do. So you can't please everyone. So I think, like, I'm only very new to it, like, you know, having had chats with lads like yous. So I seriously don't know how the 2 years put up with it for so long.
It's one of the reasons I actually only follow a very small amount of people. Like, I'm pretty sure I follow everyone on this screen right now, but I only follow about 300 people, and it's because I class that 300 as, through the course of my time on Twitter, has been, I would say, the best 300 accounts on NUFC Twitter. I value a lot of the things what people have to say, some really insightful football knowledge, and there's no abusive messages. So I follow that 300 as a kind of, like, you know, little self-limit of what I'm allowing onto my feed. Haven't really got a lot of time for the rest of it, although I do value everyone else that follows me. I'm very grateful. But if I start letting other people in, and the floodgates will open, and before you know it, your timeline's filled with crap. So I'm happy with how I am, and I'm glad my followers appreciate it. So thank you to all my followers. Cheers.
And look, I think it's one of those things that you're never going to be everybody's cup of tea. Neither are we. Some people watch other NUFC channels. Some people watch World of Sport. Some people watch Team Review. Some people watch Matters. Some people watch us. Some people flip between them. It is what it is. But we do what we do because we like what we do. And we're 5 mates, have a bit of crack, talk about Newcastle. We try and do it a little bit different in that we bring people on that not everybody wants to do. We give everybody a chance to come on. I mean, like when we advertised and said, you know, Sean was coming on, the amount of fucking abuse we got was unreal. But, you know, people that were messaging me, I said, you know what? Only spoke to the lad a couple of times, but we'll give him an opportunity to come on and people can make their own judgment. So we don't judge people. We don't really care what they do, who they do, what they block, what they don't block. That's entirely up to everybody else. But what we do is we give everybody a chance to come on loaded, have a bit of crack, talk about the club they love, and that's it for us. We don't care about the rest of the bullshit. It's about the players, it's about the game, it's about the club, and that's it for us.
And we said that from the beginning, didn't we?
Absolutely, and we stayed true to that.
As a 5, we said that from the beginning.
We give everybody a chance to come on and be them, and we'll keep doing that, whether people watch it, whether they don't. I don't really care.
The funny thing about it is that, like, when you look at Trippier, I was probably one of the first people to say Trippier was done deal. I was actually banging out the message to journalists and stuff like that, saying it's done, whatever like that. So I had Trippier, Gomeres. Geez, how long ago did I say it? That's actually a loaded exclusive.
10th of January, that was on.
Right. So you have that. You have Dan Byrne as well. I had that ahead of people, and you have the Targety, which I was on about a couple of weeks back.
Yeah. And the back end of that show you were on, we did talk about Chris Wood.
Yeah.
But you said he's actually way down the list, but he's on it.
But we spoke about Ekitike as well, that I doubted that he would actually come to Newcastle because of why he didn't in the end. And the funny thing about it then is, like, I looked at the phone there a while ago, and it was like every comment was like, you don't have a clue what you're talking about. Lingard didn't sign. I was like, Jesus Christ Almighty! Like, give me a fighting chance at least. Like, you know, it's funny.
That's a few people as well talking about. I actually asked this to Sean already. I'll ask you, Ben, about Wood. Do you think it was like a mistake, or especially when Burnley went out and bought their striker for half the price? What's your thoughts on Wood?
Yeah, well, the thing with Wood, I've always really liked him. I've seen him in the last few years in the Premier League, right? And whenever we've played Burnley, I always looked to see if Wood was playing in the hope that he wouldn't be. I think he's a great player. I just hope we can get the best out of him because we aren't Burnley. Although Burnley aren't that creative, and you look at the crosses of their balls into the box. You've got, I think Dwight McNeil plays on the wing, but apart from that, have they got any top wingers? And he still managed to bang loads of goals in for them. What I would class as loads in the sense that the it's just Burnley. 10, 12, 15 goals a season. I think he's one of the best target men in the Premier League. But if Wilson's injured, as it stands at the minute, unless we've signed someone whilst we've been on air, there's no like for like replacement of the Wilson's more of the fox in the box, clinical finisher, one touch bang type, that type of movement. But he also bullies defenders. He can run at them. Wilson's the whole package if he stays fit.
Yeah.
I watched the last couple of games. He's obviously nowhere near as quick at closing down if we're playing this pressing tactic. And I just hope he doesn't turn into a bit of a isolated character, where people start getting on his back, physically on the pitch, he's getting more and more isolated. And I hope it doesn't go that way because Wood is a great target man. He's one of the best in the Premier League at holding the ball up, getting his head on it. He's got some good, both foot finishes. He's a bit of an all-rounder as well, but he just hasn't got that speed of Wilson or the kind of ability to, roll his man and that type of. So that's why I was a little bit disheartened today because I thought we could have brought someone in, like Zapata, who's a bit more of a mobile handful up front. And I just hope we have enough. I know Alan sometimes plays there. He's never his greatest when he plays there. He's always best on the left. I don't know. I hope it works, but I'm very disappointed if we haven't brought another striker in by 11. I really am.
Yeah, I'm with you 100% of what you're saying there, Ben. I think we're on the same line when it comes to it. I want to first of all, I want to say a shout out to anyone that hasn't hit the subscribe button yet. Bottom right hand corner, red button. You can't miss it. Get us up the leaderboard and hit 2,500 subscribers.
We're only a few away.
We're only a few away. The subscribers also help. Views also help, and we have great views. We put a lot of effort into trying to get real, genuine subscribers. We don't buy them. We try and earn them on merit. So you got to hit that subscribe button. Another question I want to put then to the lads, and let me find the question. There was a good question, and I think you did touch on it earlier, Sean. But it's in. I suppose if we look, we've only got 2 hours to go in the transfer window. Let's go to the summer and beyond. Where are we going next? What's your thoughts on what we'll do in the summer? And there's talks about a feeder club as well.
So realistically, I think you're looking at a massive overhaul of the club. And I think especially the way they want to get Dan Ashworth in there is they want Dan Ashworth to focus on the underbelly of the club. To kind of bump up the under 21 basically, anything from that level down. They want it to come in and really start score in Europe and in England, start in England really, and try to start build the underneath of the club. Because the club, it always feel like even when we had a good run of games or when we finished kind of in the top 4 and stuff like that, it always felt like the foundation was built on quicksand. There was a good 11, 12, 13 players there, and that was it. We were always injuries away from falling apart, But I think what they want to do, and the people I spoke to is basically they want to get Ashworth in and they want him to work kind of from the first team back. And I think very much like this window, they'll have the 3 leading, which will be the likes of Amanda Merdad and Jamie Rubin, and they'll have 1 or 2 others helping them as well that will kind of stay in the background. Where do I see them investing? I think they'll go big on Botman. I know people keep on saying AC Milan and all this kind of stuff, but Italy isn't what it used to be anymore. Players don't really want to go there and play football. If you're a footballer, if you want to earn big money and if you want to test yourself at the highest level, you come to the Premier League. We start the Premier League next season with a clean slate, right? And if you get the right players in, I know people talk about 5 years we top 4. Next year we could easily challenge for a top 8. And push after that. And it's not being unrealistic. The targets that they have are huge. If we got a centre back partnership of Carlos and Botman, with the
Sean, just on Botman. Botman's actually come out to confirm that.
I was just going to say there's a statement come out
in the chat. Yeah.
So he said, I can confirm both Newcastle and AC Milan were concrete options in the winter. Both were good options for me. I was ready to make the next step. I would continue here at Lille and play Champions League against Lukaku and this Sunday against Messi. Not bad at all, but this will be my last months in Lille. So he's confirming that he's leaving in the summer.
That's interesting. That is an interesting statement. Don't often hear things like that. Wow. That to me suggests he probably would have moved.
Yeah.
This if they'd had accepted it. I don't think you release something like that if you've got long-term ambitions of staying where you are. I think he would have gladly come. I think the big giveaway was when he started liking all the posts on Instagram. Modern players, very few of them will attract attention to themselves in that manner unless they think something is going to happen. So I feel like that's actually confirmed it for me that it was to me, that would have been close if Lidl had accepted. So, wow, interesting comments.
There's another update as well, guys. Just in the last minute or so. Peter O'Rourke says, understand that midfielder Matty Longstaff is set to join Mansfield Town on loan. So Matty Longstaff going out to Mansfield Town on loan. Interesting move. Are they League 2, League 1, League 2? I can't remember.
But like on Sven Botman, I can tell you for a fact, and I have the evidence to prove it. His agent was briefing journalists to say that he thought the deal was done himself. So if his agent thinks that, the player obviously thinks it when he starts liking tweets and stuff like that, and then they pull the rug on. Like when it comes to the summer, will AC Milan get anywhere near us? Their captain has gone on a free transfer in the summer. They need a striker. Do you think they're going to go 50 million on a centre back, a left-footed centre back? They need to make big investment. They lose a Frank Kessie as well.
I agree. If we get the summer, I'm still a bit anxious at the minute, due to purely wanting to stay in the Premier League. We've got the takeover out the way. That was the first big anxiety. It finally came, but now I've just got this, pending sense of doom that if we go down, it's not going to set us back years. I'm sure this team would bounce straight back up. There'd be a plan. We'd keep most of the players, and we'd come back up. I've got no doubt. But I want to be in the Premier League next year. I want to, like Sean said, I want to start with a clean slate, and all the troubles go away. If we survive this season, that's it. That's the start of it this summer. Because, you've got a clean slate. You bring in who you want. You spend 4 months building up your squad. You ship out the dead wood that you can't get rid of in January. And then the fun begins. That like we say, then we go for top 8, top 6. A few years later, top 4. It's like a snowball. And to anyone, I'll say this as well, because I've said it in a tweet a few times now. Money talks. And I see comments all the time of so-and-so won't sign for you. So-and-so won't sign for you. And we've all grown up in this era where we saw Chelsea. They were the first new money club. Man City were the second, big new money club. And then PSG. Now, everyone said the same. Do you think a few years ago, if someone said, PSG would sign Messi, people would have just laughed in your face. So this is where we're going now, because once it starts, it snowballs and it doesn't stop. Chelsea haven't gone back over. Man City haven't gone back over. PSG haven't gone back over. There's one trajectory, and that's just winning. So the future's bright. I'm just really, really anxious about staying in the Premier League this year. Really anxious. But I think we'll do it, but I'm anxious.
But see, to even touch on that, society has evolved as well. This whole thing that people want to live in big cities and stuff like that is absolutely nonsense. If you look at how people are actually moving out from big cities, and Newcastle is the ideal place to live. Granted, the city itself is a bit mental, but outside that, you're on countryside in a couple of minutes. People think this whole thing that players only want to live in London and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I watched was it Nigel de Jong was on a show with Andy Gray and the other fella, I wouldn't even say his name. And they started going on about Newcastle and stuff like that. And Andy Gray, or was it Richard Keys, or one of them, they turned around and they said, sure, when Yaya Toure was at Manchester City, he was living in London and he was traveling up and down for training and stuff like that. And he turned around and he goes, no, he was my neighbour. That never happened. just totally shot him down. Like, it was absolutely excellent. Like, and that's what it is. Newcastle are a huge attraction. Like, a big football club is built on a big fan base. We have 52,000 fans inside in that stadium. Like, we have like with War Flags, they're absolute diamonds. Like, like our ground. I've been, like, I've travelled the world and I've been to games all over the world, and that's been deadly honest, which it was one of these things I set out to as a youngster, like, go to games everywhere. And there's nothing like that feeling at being in St. James's Park. Maybe it's because I'm a fan a little bit as well, like, but I can remember even the Birmingham game there. I went over a couple of Liverpool fans, United fans, whatever like that. Birmingham in the Championship, Gael got a hat trick, and the whole Gallagher end was lit up with the lights off the back of the phones. It was fucking unbelievable. Experiences, it's unreal. Like, and I've a lot to gauge against. Like, players want to play in front of that. Like, the problem is, and what happened to us in this window is, players don't necessarily want to play in front of that in a relegation battle. And I think that was the big kicking point with a lot of young players in this January. It's kind of maybe not now, but maybe in the summer, when the circumstances are different, because we see what happened with Mitrovic, like the local journalists and the fan base ate him up, like, like how that man actually bounced back in his career is beyond me. Like, he went into and the same with Wellington as well. Like, Mitrovic went into the depths of depression over the way he was treated at the club by the fans and by the local journalists and stuff again. Like, and that's, players are going to use that as a gauge. Like, like, I can guarantee that was at the forefront of Ekatike's thinking as well today. Like, you had a young player, Mitrovic. He was coveted by some of the biggest clubs in the world. Newcastle got him, and we, like, granted he missed a lot of chances, but you put a kid into a dogfight, like, and that's what happened. And that's what you have to look at. Like,
it's like a classic example of money talks. Like, when Man City were first taking over, you had that story of, I can't remember who it was, if it was Robinho or somebody signed, or there was a rumor that they signed, and they didn't actually realize at first that there was two clubs in Manchester. They actually thought it was like Manchester United, and he was like, the money's fine. Yeah, just get me there. And then someone was like, you do realize it's Man City now. They've got money. And there was like a classic line of like, oh, at first I'd only ever heard of Manchester United. People didn't know Man City were even a club. So it shows you how fast it can change. They had a few seasons where they brought in better players, much better players than what they had. And then after that initial couple of seasons, it just snowballed, and it, like I said, it doesn't stop. You don't go backwards as long as the money's there. It just keeps snowballing. You just get bigger and bigger. So bring it on,
lads. I have to jump off. It's my brother's wedding on Friday, and he's waiting there the last hour for me to try on the suit. So I have to
come
go.
back with it on. Come back with it on, Sean.
So, Ben, an absolute pleasure to meet you in person. Well,
nice to meet you.
We'll see in person over podcast. It's COVID. Everybody's kind of talking these days, isn't it? And yeah, lads of the club, we'll do a show again soon.
Nice one, Sean. Thank you very much for
coming on. Thanks for giving up your time. Thanks for all the info. Take care, mate.
I'll stay for a few more minutes if that's okay. Maybe till past. Is that all right?
Yeah, definitely, Ben.
You're
definitely,
grand. Not a bother,
Cheers.
Ben. What was I going to ask? I was going to ask you a question, Chris, first.
Okay, mate, yeah.
And this is especially for you. Your thoughts on Defoe going to Sunderland? Because I know you had mentioned you were going to take him to Newcastle at one stage.
Do you know what? I get levered for that, don't I? And do you know what? I maybe I was a bit hasty, but maybe I was just stuck in the Mike Ashley days. I don't know, but at that point, I was just thinking to myself, I just want someone up front. I want someone up front who knows where the goal is. Do you know what I mean? And for me, and maybe as well as I'm thinking, it would wind the Mackhams up as well, because I think they would be absolutely devastated if we signed Defoe on a short-term deal. But yeah, it's a great move for them, and in League One, he should tear it up. I know he's 39. But at the end of the day, if you get the ball to him in the 6-yard box, he's scoring. Simple as. And will it be enough to save them? I don't know. They're in free for all, aren't they? And more interestingly, I suppose, is who their next manager is going to be, Daz, because I know there's rumours up these ways that it could be Duncan Ferguson on his way there.
Big Dunk. That'd be interesting. And he did pretty well in his temporary role there at Everton. So yeah, Could be a good move for them. Martin, before I have a question for Ben as well, but I'm going to go to one for you first, Martin. Is it too late to sign Jack Wilshere?
Oh, do you know what? Fuck's sake. I took a bit of flack over that again last night. Yeah. Listen, do you know what? I think it was probably about a season ago now I said about taking him when we were literally not getting anything from Mike Ashley. I would have took him and just put him on a pay-as-you-play, similar to Andy Carroll. He probably would have done a job for us. But he's obviously making way too much on TV and through Paddy Power and the rest of them that are looking after him now. But yeah, look, I think it's like what Ben said. Look, we're in different days. We're in a different regime. You know, again, we've got people in the chat talking about the window. If we'd have talked about this window a month ago, start of January, with the players that we've taken in so far, we'd have been delighted. You know, look, this time last year, we were talking, in summer, we were talking about, as we said before, we were talking about Chowdhury. And we couldn't get a loan deal over the line. So, this window so far, we've spent just over 90 million. We've only spent 90 million since 2007 to 2020 with Mike Ashley, over 14 years. So I'll take what we get. And, with everything else, we'll move on. I think that, look, we've said plenty of times this season, there's enough quality in that squad to be higher up that league than where we are.
Yeah.
And there's players in that squad that haven't performed and they need to step up, and they need to step up now. We've got different options gone into that team now with Kamaresh, a couple of others that gives, us a different option and a different angle than, ASM running head down with the ball up to the 90-yard mark and then not playing off a decent pass because he's got two players around him. So we've created different options. We sat here at the start of January and went, our defense is shit. I'm the first person to hold my hands up. Anybody that's watched the show, I've been bashing Lascelles for I don't know how long. Don't dislike the lad. Just don't think he's a leader. Been saying the same thing. Makes mistakes. I think he's viable. Yeah. And I think when we've been in tough positions, I haven't seen him getting in and around people. I haven't seen him getting in and around other players. Haven't seen him getting in and around the referee to argue about stuff. So I just wanted more from him, and I haven't seen it. Don't want him out the club. Don't want him, whatever. His time will come. He's been great for us, great servant. But we're moving on, and we'll move on again in the summer. So the job for me now is get players for the here and now. We've done that. I agree with Ben. Paul Oxley in the chat. Chris Wood will score goals. He's a 1-in-3 game ratio. He's got just as good a ratio as Callum Wilson. The unfortunate thing with Callum Wilson, as much as he's a more instinctive player, he's made of fucking glass. And as soon as you tip him, he goes down. He's a long term, in particular for hamstrings and everything else. The big piece for me with the club is I hope that they start looking at the medical team, because I said this when Bruce was there. I said it prior to Rafa. The only time we've done away with a load of those injuries was when Rafa stood head and shoulders over that medical team and made them get things right. The training was better, the warm-ups, the warm-downs. So I think they'll get with all of that. But I think whatever we end up with the window at the minute, get behind the 11 to put that jersey on in a week to 10 days' time. Get behind them, and let's hope the fuck we can get up the table, because we're definitely better than the three that are there with us. So That's my view.
I'm going to go to Ben and go for the question here about Christian Eriksen. Would you have taken him?
Yes, 100%. Yeah, we actually did. Obviously, it was quite wildly reported. I think we were the one of the. I think there's about three clubs that offered him a chance, but I think as soon as Brentford dangled the carrot, it was always going to be that. It was the Danish connection, the London connection. It was obviously. I'm sure when that presented itself, his eyes probably just lit up. He probably thought, "Wow, that's perfect. I can go back to my old pad, what I had when I was at Spurs." Probably still had it, I'm guessing. And it's the Danish connection with the owners and the players, what they've got there. But I would have took him. I think he's a great player, and still only 29 years old. As long as he doesn't have any more issues like he had in the summer, he's a little wizard. I would have loved Eriksen, but yeah. So I would have definitely taken him.
Yeah, and I think as long as he's not playing us, wish him all the best. Well, wish him the best when he's playing us as well, but not he doesn't score a goal or anything. But so it'll be interesting how that plays out as well.
I think that's a great piece of business for Brentford, by the way.
Yeah.
Savage piece of business. And I think Eriksen will prove a lot of people wrong who didn't take a chance on him, top clubs. And I'm not saying Brentford are a top club, by the way, just before you start atting me.
Just to say, lads, we've hit the 2,500 marker.
Hey, thank you.
Massive
Nice.
thanks to everyone to subscribe.
Get later, Ben.
Already, hit that button.
Keep hitting that subscribe button. I'll be back in a sec, lads. Carry on without me.
Go ahead. There you go. So what have we got left? We've got about, an hour and a half-ish?
Yeah.
Any more further updates? Has anybody got anything else? Ben, are you hearing anything at all?
Well, I haven't checked anything since I've been on here. I've been having a little period away from it. It's been quite nice actually. There is a
little update, Burnsie. 1 second. Eddie Anderson's going to join up with Joey Barton on loan at Bristol Rovers.
Good move for him. Good move.
Yeah. The NUFC trust Barton with his development, and his relationship with Harper and Amiobi played a part. So there was interest from Championship, League One. Eddie Howe has taken keen interest in where the teenager went this month. So Eddie Howe's personally had an input in where he's gone on loan. So it looks like he's going to Bristol Rovers. So we're now starting to see other players leaving the squad to get football elsewhere. What was also in there as well is that Middlesbrough expected to get both Jeff Hendrick and Kieran Clark on loan. Obviously, Jeff Hendrick's on the verge of going to QPR, although there is talk that might go down to the wire. However, Kieran Clark, as we already know, flat out refused to join Middlesbrough. So it looks like he's going to stay as far as they're concerned, unless something dramatically changes. Interesting one, that one, for sure.
I heard a little whisper before I came on air. And I know Sean has been pushing this one as well, but and I'm surprised. I'm not doubtful of the source who told me it, but I'm surprised it never made it to the mainstream headlines. But that was with Cody, somebody who I trust, who I get a lot of these little snippets from, was adamant today that we'd actually bid twice, today on the morning and around dinner time for Cody, and both were rejected flat out. I find that very hard to believe, because Cody would be one of them. As soon as that leaks, that would have been everywhere. But the guy who told me, again, has told me a lot of things that have proved to be correct. So, and he's more of a southern-based, he's got his eyes and knees down London. I know obviously Cody's in Wolves, but it just made me think, again, like, I think I'm disappointed that we haven't brought in a marquee centre-back. I can't get away from that. And I think what we need to say is, I'll just quickly say this because it's been on my mind all day. I've had a few people say when I've said this today that, I expected 5 or 6 players today. I was disappointed we didn't get the marquee centre-back. We didn't get the attacking midfielder. We haven't got the strikers so far. And people say, no, but you've got to be grateful. You've got to be grateful. The owners have tried. That's fine. You can still, I can still be very grateful for the owners, be very aware that they've tried, but at the same time, be disappointed that we haven't signed a marquee centre-back and, striker and attacker. I feel like as soon as we're now in this culture within the club, because the owners are so great and they are amazing, that as soon as anyone not even says anything about the owners, just says the fact that they maybe disappointed, people jump on that, and it's like, you can't say that. These are the best owners we've ever had. Of course they are, but people can still be disappointed that we haven't signed a centre back, And a lot of people on Twitter, I don't know if you've noticed, but a lot of people cannot separate that fact that people can still be anxious, disappointed that certain player hasn't come in, and still be so grateful for the owners for what they have done. People need to really start wrapping their heads around that, because obviously as the time goes by, we'll be forever grateful for the owners, even more grateful when players come in. But there might be certain players over the summer that we link with, and we get a bit greedy. We think, oh man, we really wanted them. We're disappointed that they didn't sign. And then people will still be coming on saying, well, you've got to be grateful. You have to be grateful. It's like, we're going to need to get that separation at some point, that people are allowed opinions on being disappointed and anxious and not signing a certain player quick enough or whatever, but still fully back the owners, which I do, and I'm sure you guys do too. So just a little point.
Absolutely.
Chris, you got an update. I think you just put it in the chat. Do you want to?
Yeah, do you know what? Apologies, Ben. Do you know what? I just put myself on mute and I just thought I'd listen to what Keith Darney was saying just to give you lads an update.
Fine.
I'm conscious when we're on here, it's very difficult, isn't it, to see where we're up to. But yeah, so basically, Keith Darney's outside the training grounds, and he said that Duvan Zapata, as far as he is aware, is not going to happen. And apparently, we moved too late for Dele Alli. Whether or not we did move for Dele Alli, I don't know. But he said that it's looking likely that he's going elsewhere, probably Everton. He seems to think that's it, unless something crops up in the next hour and a half. He seems to think that'll be us done. In terms of outgoings, he said that Jeff Hendrick to QPR looks likely. In terms of incomings, we're still waiting on the Dan Burn announcements, but apparently that's imminent. That's gonna break anytime soon.
Craig Hope has also confirmed that as well. He says, in terms of incoming business, that's it. We're done. I'm just waiting on the Dan Burn announcement. So let's see.
That's it. Well, guys, I'm gonna call it a night. Thanks very much.
No, Ben, thanks for coming on, pal.
Yeah, really enjoyed it. Definitely like to do it again. Hoping to maybe start something this year. My own channel. Got a lot of questions for guys like you. If I get to that point, how to set it up. What's this?
It's your channel. It's
that for me? Oh, sweet. Cheers, man. We'll see. It's just something I've thought about for a while. You guys have inspired me. Young Adam Pearson, Paul on the Toon Review. I think it's just shown that everyday man can do it for a bit of entertainment, and once you start getting up there, you can maybe make a living from it. So, and it's a job that obviously, if you get to that point, you're doing something that you love, talking about Newcastle. So we'll see. I need to get a green screen sorted. So if you know anybody who's selling one cheap, give me a shout. Right.
I'll tell you my one.
These on eBay.
Oh yeah.
Right.
I'll get sorted. Right. Thanks, guys. Let's hope we get somebody in the next few minutes.
Take care, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Take care. Bye-bye.
He's back.
He's not.
Hey! We're both pressing it. That's what's happened. Oh God. So where are we now? Have we signed anyone yet? What did I miss?
No, you just missed it with the update. So Chris has said Keith Downey and also Craig Hope's confirmed that that's likely to be it. No more business in. It's just a few players going out. The one thing I think was Elliot Anderson's going to Bristol Rovers with Joey Barton. He's moving out there, and there was the other one, Matty Longstaff, going to Mansfield.
Yeah.
And it's
that's not a great look. Their shirt and his hair. To be fair.
Yeah, you're not wrong. But
it's not, is it?
He'll be playing every week. I just had a quick look. I think they're like 6th in League Two, so they're looking at promotion, certainly playoffs. So they'll be looking at the top end of that league and looking to get out of that league. So let's see how that one transpires. But he'll need to be the main man at wherever he goes to and wherever he needs to go.
It's interesting, isn't it, Pete? Because obviously, when Matty burst on the scene under Bruce when he came in, he obviously got the 2 goals against Man United, and he looked really promising, didn't he? But you can certainly see from the clubs that he's gone on loan to that perhaps other clubs don't share the same same enthusiasm. I mean, he went to Aberdeen, that didn't work out very well for him, and now he's been linked with Mansfield. I mean, for me personally, I thought maybe a Championship club at least would try and snap him up, but it seems that League Two is the best he can do.
Yeah. So it says a lot. Just a little update. Obviously, we talked about Sven Botman coming out and talking and making his comments about the fact that Newcastle and AC Milan were both teams that that were interested in him, and that he's definitely going to leave in the summer. And that's another update. I'll say big thanks to Emeka on this, on the Geordies Down South boys, because he just put it on the chat. From Fabrizio Romano. So Sven Botman says, everyone says about Newcastle, it's all about money, but it's a very nice project. If you look at where Man City and PSG started, I think it would be very nice to be a part of that. But of course, Milan is also a beautiful club. So really nice words about Newcastle from Sven Botman there. Obviously, clearly he's heard about the project, and he's obviously clearly interested in the project. So, I think what he's doing there is keeping his options open for a potential summer move, providing that we stay in the league. So really interesting.
Yeah, sounds like we're number one choice from that.
It does.
Yeah,
it does.
Yeah, and I was sorry, I was just going to say that. He's got to do that. Like, because if we get relegated, hopefully we don't, then he has to keep himself open for Milan or whoever else might come in from. But you're right, Chris. It does sound like we're his number one choice from that statement when he talks about us first. We'll see.
Yeah.
I was going to ask you guys, actually, because obviously when we announced that Craig Hoban and Keith Downey have said that the deals are done, there was a comment on here from Mike Gant saying, "Oh, well, anticlimax, typical Newcastle." Is that our thoughts? It's an anticlimax, or are we still really happy with the business we've done?
I'm happy enough. Maybe I'm easily pleased.
I'm happy enough, but I just think we're an attacking midfielder, striker short, just in the worry for if Wilson gets injured again. Someone said he's 5 weeks away, and we have to play to Wood's strengths to get the best out of him. So that's why I would think another pacey option would have been nice. But are we saying it's over now, but based on Keith Downey's report? Because Pete Graves was talking about 2 or 3 potentials there like an hour ago.
Yeah. You know what? It's as the old film said, it's not over till it's over. But it doesn't sound promising in terms of anyone else coming in. Obviously, I'd love to see that, and until that window shuts, I'll still keep that hope and that optimism. I think, like Martin said, it's been a good window. I think when we stand back and reflect when the window's shut, I think we'll go, yeah, not bad. We've done good. I think the assessments that yourself and Daz said earlier, Mark, about like it being 9 out of 10, 8 out of 10, I think that's probably fair. Like Daz, I would have liked to have seen an attacking player come in today. Obviously, that's not been possible. And at the same time, I don't want us to bring in a player who, we're going to be lumbered with for 3 or 4 years, who isn't of the quality we want, or the standards, or the right personality. So you don't want to buy players for the sake of buying players. I think it's just because we had so much optimism this morning, with Ekitike and Lingard, and I think we were all just building our hopes up. But who knows? Who knows? I mean, if anyone can pull a surprise out the bag in world football, it's Newcastle, because we've got the funds there. Who's to say in the next half an hour something doesn't happen? We don't know, do we? And players may become available. Who knows? But I think it's been a good window. I've said this before. I'm actually quite pleased it's come to an end, because I feel like now I just want to concentrate on the football, know who we've got in, know what we're dealing with, what we're working with, and then just try and kick on. I mean, like Dad said then, we've got Chris Woods, we've got to play to his strengths. I think Bruno Guimaraes coming in really changes the dynamic of the team. Yeah. So I'm staying positive. And do you know what? Really, really nice news about Sven Botman as well. That's a really positive statement.
I was thinking of something there as well as a fallback option today. I was just, or was it last night when I couldn't sleep and I was too excited for today? But it was if we didn't get Lingard and so on and so forth, but playing Willock slightly forward up, but with Bruno in there now, Willock could be a perfect foil for Bruno to pick him out with that through pass, and it might just he could play that role up along Wood, or just we call it a false 10. That back to Bruce.
I think you've a couple of options there, Daz. I think Willock could play it, and I also think somebody that might do a little bit better up there if you wanted to go, if you wanted to push somebody in there that kind of does something similar at times to Scotland. Ryan Fraser playing off wood might not be a bad idea.
Mm.
And just have him buzzing around for the little knockdowns and the drop balls and whatever. So I think you've got options there, you know, with Willock. You've got options with ASM coming off the 10. You could play Fraser right, ASM left. You could do vice versa. You could push Willock in behind. You could push Shelby further up or push Shelby further back. You could push Kamara's further up. So I think it gives us options as to how we play, how we set up, what how does with that. I mean, you know, we've still got Almer on there. Where does he fit into that? You know,
True.
If you look at the Everton game with the players we brought in, what's your starting lineup? Because now we've got options. So instead of looking at that bench and going right, looking at that squad and going right, oh Jesus, you know, Fede is not right. We've got Shaw, you know, Lascelles is there. Oh God, Kieran Clark, you know, like you've got Byrne, Trippier, you've got Target, you know. So I mean, if you look at that, even just as that back four, and you had, you know, one left, you got Trippier, you got two in the centres. You could go with Dan Byrne and Fernandez. That's a solid centre back pairing for me.
Yeah.
You know, that's a solid back four. Dubravka, okay, we know, you know, we need to get past this thing that we were talking about, which is like we know we can't play football out from the back. And we said it earlier in the season. Stop fucking doing it. We don't play football out the back. So we've either got to have somebody that's a bit more creative at that back end, which you probably do have now with Guimaraes, but do you really want him to pull that far back? Probably not, in my opinion. You want him in front of maybe a bit of a more deeper line, possibly Shelby, who can ping a long ball or ping it onto Wood's head. And I would have Guimaraes just slightly in front of that, linking up those two areas, because that's what we've been missing. He can also drop back to break up the play if we lose the ball in transition. So I think there's loads of opportunity. I mean, there's people in the chat there saying we seem deflated. I'm not deflated. And I think what we need to remember is we didn't start off the window that quick, gathered pace, and the amount of press, both foreign and national, who've gone, these owners don't have a clue. No director of football. It's a mistake. Everything else. Hang on, lads. We've spent best parts of 90 grand. We've grabbed one of the best Brazilian footballers in world football by a long shot. We've got a striker that we know can get goals. We need to service him. And we've strengthened our defence. What's not good? Because we didn't pull off one more striker. Listen, lads, said earlier in the show, if you'd have told me the 1st of January, this is your window at 20 to 10 on the 31st, I'd have snapped your hand off. Because the other thing to look at, bar and probably Vikhurst, who's gone to Burnley, Norwich haven't strengthened. Burnley haven't really strengthened.
Yeah, they've just replaced, haven't they?
They've just replaced. So they've not built and added to that squad. So for me, out of the bottom four that's there at the minute, okay, Watford brought a few, you know, they've brought a few players in, might do okay, but they'll still lose games. We might still lose games, but we've given ourselves the best chance. And that with those owners and with the players we brought in, that's all we could do. That's all we can ask for. And what's meant to be will be. If we're destined to go down, we'll go down. If we're meant to pull away, we will. But as I said, a lot of those players that are there prior to these 4 or 5 coming in, a lot of them need to step the fuck up and start playing.
Yeah. If you look at it, and I think you're right, Mark. If you look at it from our point of view, and like you said, we have improved the squad. Look, with the squad we currently had, we're in a position where we're only 1 point from being out of relegation zone. That was before all of these signings. That's before you had Dan Byrne, Matty Target, Bruno Guimaraes. You know, we've added significant quality to this team, exactly like you've just said, and we're already a point away from getting out before that point. That's without Callum Wilson. Callum Wilson's still to come back. I hate that term. It's like a new signing, but effectively he will be once he's come back mid to end of Feb, and he'll be back hopefully on the goal trail. So, you know, there are positives to look at that. We wanted more, of course we did, but yeah, it's been a really, really good window. And you know what? I think it just adds to the excitement that, you know, it's only going to get better. I think Burnsie said it before he left. It's only going to get better. You think of this window getting the likes of Gameres being linked with Botman, Carlos, and all that. It's just going to become a regular thing, guys, if we stay in the league this season.
I think what the summer's going to be like. I think, you know, the disappointing thing for me is doing the show, right? We've kind of had between 300 to 600 people watch it tonight. We're sitting at about 350 there now. I think the only disappointment for me with an hour and 20 minutes to go is we would have loved to something massive to break and be bringing it live and doing all that. That would have just been the icing on the cake. But for me,
it could still happen.
It could still happen. But I'm sat here, Richie's not here, but I'm sat here with four of my mates talking transfers. We've actually got some players in, and I can sit and enjoy the crack and look forward to seeing those players in the black and white shirt. So there's huge, huge positives from tonight. And as Daz said, look, something could happen. If it doesn't, the next hour or so, we'll start to review, look at what we got. And, the next batch of shows will be where we're going and what we're doing. And let's climb out of that table.
Yeah. Spot on, mate.
Exactly.
Spot on.
And another thing...
Go on.
Sorry, Pete. The other thing I was going to say is that the team have gone away in a warm weather training camp, and the more bonding together and getting more training from Eddie Howe, getting used to what he wants from them as well. It all has to help as well, and towards the games that are coming up. So we're positive, and we've got reinforcements in. We mightn't have got the icing on the cake just yet, but. Who knows? It was always going to go down to the wire anyway. So, interesting times ahead.
Yeah, definitely. The question I was going to ask you, because a couple of people have mentioned it actually on social media, and I kind of, I think it's a point to raise. I mean, obviously, there are certain players that haven't left that we kind of thought they were going to. Certainly been linked with other clubs. You look at. The likes of Jeff Hendricks hasn't left yet. Kieran Clark, we know that situation. We know the situation with Jamal Lewis. If we weren't already aware, Jamal Lewis didn't just reject a move to Birmingham. He also rejected a move to Stoke as well. He got offered a move to Stoke, and that didn't happen either. He turned that one down. And there's been a few people that have said, completely understand the situation with Kieran Clark not being in the squad. I don't think the fans overly trust him at the moment, even though he did a job against Leeds when he came on. Dan Burn is a better player at this stage. But the one thing I will say is, a lot of people have said, but I feel sorry for Jamal Lewis. And I'm inclined to agree. But I just wanted to get your boys' points on that. Would you agree that it'd be really harsh for Jamal Lewis to lose his place in the squad, considering how well he did before he got his hamstring injury? I'll leave it out to you guys. What do you think? I
think it'd be harsh, Pete. I really do. I can understand it from a footballing perspective, because like we spoke about earlier, Eddie Howe's probably looking at it and thinking, Matt Ritchie. I don't know what Eddie Howe's thoughts are on Matt Ritchie, but because of his seniority within the squad, probably the way he is behind the scenes, the way he is in the dressing room, he probably wouldn't drop Matt Ritchie, because that could cause a few ructions within the squad. And then, of course, you've got Matt Targett, who is obviously going to be, he's going to be one of the 25 naturally. Dan Burn, another one who's going to be one of the 25. So already you're looking at 3, and then that's without even adding in Paul Dummett. So he's probably thinking, bloody hell, I've got 4 people there who could potentially play left back. And it's harsh on Jamal Lewis, because like you, Pete, when he came in under Eddie Howe, he looked rejuvenated, and I do feel sorry for him, because under Bruce, I don't think he got the coaching he needed. I think his confidence was low. So he's probably been harshly done by there. But on the other hand, it's maybe the way the club are looking at it is, obviously we've got to cut the squad, and maybe they're thinking, do you know what, let's send him out on loan for the rest of the season, not to get rid of him, but at the end of the season, I think there's a strong possibility that Matt Ritchie will be gone, and maybe he can then come back into the squad, and Dan Burn can stay at centre back. We've got Paul Dummett as backup. We've got Matt Targett. Will Matt Targett stay beyond next season? Who knows? Maybe not. So maybe there's a place then for Jamal Lewis. So maybe the club are thinking, let's get him out on loan, get his confidence up, play in the Championship, probably boss it, because I do think he's better than a lower league team in the Championship. So maybe that's the thinking behind it, Pete. I don't know.
No, I think it's a fair point. It's a fair assessment. To be fair, that's
I think it is harsh, but pretty much what Chris said. Really, send him out to another club, get his confidence up, get a few games under his belt, get back to his fitness as well, his sharpness, and then see how that goes. And I'm like Eddie Howe, we just won't send him out and not keep an eye on him. He would be monitoring, and then he'd have people monitoring him as well. But is the writing on the cards for him though as well? Same time, we were trying to buy a left back. We got one in on loan. We know if we stay up, we'll definitely be spending big in that area. Maybe it was to put him in the shop window as well to sell him off. But it is a bit harsh. It is a bit harsh. If there was space in the squad, I'd definitely like to keep him in it. He was on my list of. If I bring up my list again here, this is it. I didn't actually have him marked as leaving at all. Number 12 there. I wanted to try and keep him and see how he got on, and then maybe after another 6 months into the next season, if he's not playing right, and then maybe you ship him off. But I wanted to give him more of a chance than he got under Bruce, and with some a proper manager, let's say. So yeah, bit harsh, Pete, for me.
Mark, think it's harsh?
I think there's probably two sides to it. I think when he was brought in, there's obviously talent there because Liverpool were after him. So obviously Klopp's seen something in him. So I think there's a baller there. Whether he needs a bit of time out on loan, I'm not convinced. But is the cover there? Yeah, probably. And with the likes of Taggart and that coming in, probably even more so now. I think that if you're him, the disappointing thing, you'd wonder what the chat was with Eddie Howe or with the club. Is it a case of it's going to be good for your development? We've brought in Taggart for 6 months. He's got to be played. We're going to do A, B, C. So go out on loan, or is it he's been told, listen, there's no, you need to put yourself in the shop window. You're not going to get games here. We don't fancy you. So which of those two chats is it? I guess for me, but I think he's got talent. But is he the future? Probably not. I don't know. It's tough on the kid though. He's not doing too much wrong. Put it that way.
Yeah. Lads, let's change direction a bit and get a young Bruno G, number 39, in with us. Here's Adam P. Welcome, Adam Person.
Good evening.
Welcome
Good
back.
to see you all again.
Good to see you,
I
mate.
tell you, that was some fucking punt yesterday going and getting a shirt done. Fair balls to you,
couple of days ago.
I know, fair play to you.
Yeah, appreciate it. Got a just up on the wall there. I knew he was going to say I knew it, so I got it a few days beforehand.
So what is the crack? How was your day? Tell us what your day has been. Where have you been stationed? What's been going on?
Well, most of the day I've been in the house, actually. I haven't been in these 12-hour shifts at the training ground. I used to back in the day. It's a bit too cool for that now. I think I went to the training ground about 4 o'clock today, and literally about 10 minutes afterwards, Murdad himself left the training ground, so it was obviously great meeting him. I stayed there about 2 hours or so, and I've literally just been around my day, really. I've just been obviously keeping track of all these transfers.
Okay. What's your view? We've just been talking about the window. A lot of the local press now are saying that's it, nothing else to come in, kind of Dan Burn to be announced, and that's kind of it. What's your assessment on the window, Adam, as it stands?
I think it was a really good transfer window. I think people were obviously frustrated, and I mean, again, when you see all these big names caught in deadlines here, you're thinking someone will come in, and in the end, it's just Dan Burn and Matt Targett. So I think some people are disappointed how things ended, but you got to be realistic. Again, in that summer window, we signed Joe Willock. He was our only sign we made. In fact, our team was worse off than it was last season because we already had him last year, and we got rid of some players as well. So, yeah, I do feel like we should have got 6 signings. I know in the end it's 5. I mean, I still feel like we needed an area, especially in the attack. If Chris Wood gets injured, I mean, we haven't got a striker. But other than that, though, I think it's a really good window. I think Trippier and Bruno, especially those two, generally you can argue that are world-class players. I think they really are good football players. And I think the window itself, when we reflect in about a week's time, I think we'll be quite pleased with what's happened. Again, it's not a 10 out of 10 window, but I think it was pretty close, to be fair.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
I give it 8. I think, Martin, you give it 9. What did you give it, Chris?
9, yeah, I was happy enough.
I'd say probably 8.
8. Pete, what did you give it?
I'll probably give it a 9. Give it a 9. I think Bruno Guimaraes is a big reason for that. I think the other positions are positions. Okay, maybe I'm being a bit harsh. I think Bruno Guimaraes and Kieran Trippier are the two real standout players. I think the other players are covering positions that we needed covering. Don't get me wrong; they are of quality, but I think if you'd have had the choice of Dan Burn or Sven Botman, I think we'd have gone with Sven Botman. I think if you'd have had the choice of Luca Dean or Matty Target, you would have probably gone Luca Dean. So there were other players of significant quality that we're looking at, but they're still better than what we currently have. So overall, I'd give it a 9, purely because of like I say, the Bruno and Trippier deal, because they were our top targets in both positions, and I don't think the other ones were. And I just think we've just significantly improved the team. As I just said before Adam come on, with the position that we're in right now, even without all of these players, we're still only a point away from safety. You add these players into that squad now, we're going to be going into games against teams like Brentford, like Everton coming up, home and away, Villa at home. We're going to go in there with a lot more confidence, where we're going to be confident of picking points up. There's no doubt about it.
Okay. Cool. Well, somebody's dropping. What do we get? Yeah, most of the comments we're getting in is just people are worried about the goal threat. From your perspective, Adam, obviously with the players that have come in, how do you think Eddie Howe's going to set up formation-wise, and where do you see the new players fitting in?
Well, I think formation-wise we'll stay the same at the minute. The interesting part is when Wilson comes back, we're going to keep Wood and Wilson in the squad. We're going to put Wood on the bench. I'm not too sure how the striker is going to work once he returns, but at the minute we'll still play one striker. Obviously, Bruno's going to play in the centre. I mean, everything's going to stay the same with just the new signings coming in. I don't think much is going to change in terms of formation-wise, especially after that Leeds win as well. I feel like we'll want to bounce off from that. I just worry now what happens if Wood gets injured, because we're going to have no striker. I mean, Gill, I don't even think you get a game, to be honest, even if you didn't have a striker. So it's going to be a massive concern. Again, with players going out the door, we've got to put the likes of Kieran Clark and Jamal Lewis out of the 25-man squad because we refused to go out on loan. I mean, I didn't like that personally. I know Jamal Lewis should really be in the 25-man squad, but again, you're getting taught that you're not going to get game time. He still doesn't want to go out on loan, so I didn't like that personally. But formation-wise, the squad we've got now, we've got to keep things the same. I think Eddie Howe is someone that likes being the same. He doesn't change formations and tactics quite a lot, so he'll probably stick by his guns. And so far, it seems to be going all right. I think the signs are giving a massive boost, and you got to look at the teams around you as well. The investment they've made in the transfer window, it's not really enough. I don't think Watford's really done anything. I know Burnley's signed the Wolfsburg striker, but that's about it. I think Newcastle's definitely had the best window by far from any team around us in the league.
Oh, definitely.
Okay.
Definitely.
Agree, mate. Agree.
Adam, there's a few questions popping in. One is, who do you think will have the most contribution to us staying up? I suppose of the signings that we brought in, maybe.
I would have to say Trippier, because he's going to be a future captain, really. You see the way he is around the dressing room already. He's just much better to have around the dressing room. He's someone that I know for a matter of fact, if some individual players are not pulling away, he'll be someone that dressing room that will tell them off and tell them to get going. He's just someone you want to have around. He honestly is. I can't believe we got him in like 3-4 days into the transfer window. It's a crazy signing. He's someone that's going to help us in the long run. And Kieran Trippier, you've already seen it already, how much of an impact he's making. He's just so good to have around. So I think out of the players I've got, he's definitely one. Again, goal scoring wise and actually creating chances. You imagine Bruno is going to be a game changer. I haven't watched him personally before, but the way people talk about him on social media, I really do feel like he's going to be the next big thing. So we keep an eye out for him. But it's one of those two, really. Those two are just two ridiculous signs.
Cheers, Adam. There was another question from Paul Oxley, a Gateshead question. Do you think Gateshead will get promoted?
I haven't watched an awful lot of Gateshead this season. I think I watch them about once a month. From what I've seen, they've got a good chance of getting the playoff spot. But again, no Gates. I love to see them get promoted. They shouldn't be in the 6th tier. But whether they're doing that's another question, Paul.
Cool.
And how is the? You've obviously travelled a fair few miles so far this season. How's were you at the Women's Cup game the other day?
Yeah, I went to the Women's Cup game yesterday.
That was massive crowd at Kingston Park, nearly 2,700. So I heard
it was 2,700. Yeah, it was a record attendance for the league. I've had that before. Wow. In terms of the women's team as well, they want to play Kingston Park more often, so the new owners are going to try their best to get some more fixtures there, which is obviously going to be great for the club to get more fans in. It was great yesterday. Again, Ipswich Town is literally the top of a league above them, so it's essentially like a championship team playing a Premier League team, really. So we're always against it, but we gave them a pretty good game, and in the second half we kind of battered them. So it was just one of them ones that slipped away from us. But the women's team now, all they've got to do is just beat Liverpool Feds and they go on to win the league. It's that tight between the two teams. So we keep an eye on them, but are a really good side to watch. So I definitely recommend it if you've got the time.
Yeah, they're doing brilliantly, aren't they? I have a question. I'll pick up from one of the. I got rid of the question actually, but maybe you touched on it earlier when I dropped off. But you know how we tried to bring in Lingard and Dele Alli, and Todd Cantwell moved today to Bournemouth. Was probably a loan. Did we miss a trick by not getting him in as a alternative? Thoughts, or was it that Norwich wouldn't deal with us because we're a relegation candidate as well? Any thoughts on Todd Cantwell? Would anyone else have taken him on? Or for me and Daryl?
I'll probably take him on that loan. Yeah, I think he's worth the gamble.
Yeah.
I think there must be something. There's something with him that's not, I would guess, not 100% right. Because from Norwich's perspective, if he's the player that he's meant to be, why would you get rid when they're in the position they're in? Would be my first question. So that says to me that he's either not 100% right attitude-wise, or he's making noise in the dressing room that's disrupting. So, I mean, I think if you're Norwich, Dean Smith strikes me as a fairly bang-on manager. Strikes me as a fairly good man manager as well. So, how bad would Cantwell have to be for Dean Smith to go, yeah, no, just get rid? So there's questions there to be asked for me. I would say it's probably attitude. Maybe being in that team and, getting to where he got to, maybe he's had the last 6 months and he's just acting, Billy Big Bollocks. And, people are fed up with it. Team are fed up with it. Maybe he's lost whatever he had in the dressing room, and the easier thing to do was ship him out and keep the dressing room harmony, would seem to me probably the obvious thing. But again, you don't really know. But I think there's something when you're in that position, you are the likes of Norwich. Surely, he's one of your better players. It just strikes me as odd that you would get rid.
It's over two managers as well, Dean Smith and Farker before him. They fell out then as well. So yeah, it could be something in that market
thing, I would say.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Exactly.
Very good.
Okay.
And this was my concern around Dele Alli as well, lads. I mean, when you look at it, I mean, obviously, if we'd have nipped in and robbed him off Everton, that would have been pretty funny. But that was my big concern with him. He had a chance under Poch. Poch ended up dropping him. Then there was Mourinho, he dropped him. Then there was Nuno, he dropped him. And now you've got Conte, who wants rid of him. So you think are 4 managers really wrong? All 4? This is the concern, isn't it? And he'll be on a good wage as well.
Yeah, again, I think is he disruptive? Don't know. I mean, he's probably had a fair old time where he's been dropped out the team and he's had some injuries and everything else. But again, he strikes me as one that if he's not getting his game time or something goes wrong. I mean, look at Mourinho. If you watch the All or Nothing Spurs documentary on Prime,
It's great, that wasn't it?
Like
it was great.
Josie got him the first week and the first day in there, and pulled him into the office and said, "You're a good kid, but you're fucking lazy." So again, is it just an attitude thing that, sure, I have the money, I don't need to really work hard, I'm always going to get in a team, so I'm not going to put the effort in. So Jose had an issue with him. Conte is letting him go. So again, I think it's just attitude. Players get to a point where they think they're bigger than the club. They're bigger than the position they're in. Cantwell may be the same. Ali the same. There's a few players that clubs have jettisoned that you'd go, Jesus, why did they get rid of him? It's all down to harmony in the dressing room and disruption and attitude and head and everything else. So there's something in it. If you're a top player, you don't get let go by your club. You do everything to keep them. So the fact that he's gone says to me, Conte had no faith in him and he was a problem. So would you be bringing him to NUFC? Probably not. Clubs don't get rid of their big players. Unless, like Keegan, you got rid of Cole and then you brought in Shearer. So that's forgivable. Exactly.
You're not wrong, fella. You're not wrong.
Exactly. Okay, what have we got coming up next? Adam, do you want to hang around, or do you got work on, or what are you doing now?
I'll hang around for another half hour, so that's all right. Just when I've had not too fussed.
Good stuff. Yeah, no, that's perfect. Yeah.
Perfect.
Who we got coming next?
We should have Keith is going to join us. Keith Parsons is going to join us shortly, I believe. So that should be interesting. Chris is going to handle the comments for a while. I'm sick of reading the comments.
I know, mate. I know.
Oh God.
Adam, I wanted to ask you, obviously, something still Newcastle related, but kind of away from Newcastle. Obviously, you've got your own channel now that's kind of jumped leaps and bounds. You've been doing some fantastic work. Like how are you kind of settling in now to being sort of daily focusing on your channel and the content that's involved in that? How are you getting on with that?
Much better now. Obviously, when I first started, first month or so was a sort of transitional period, really. So I didn't know exactly what I was going to do throughout the week. Obviously, during the transfer window, it's a lot easier to get videos out. There's no secret to have at every channel. You got all this news coming out. It's easy to pump those videos out. But just in general, going to all the games and just being a lot more involved in Newcastle. It's a lot easier to do now. It's easier for myself. Really, there's no pressure. I've obviously got to worry about uni work, anything like that. So it's always great just to have my mind just sorted in Newcastle United. So that's huge for me. And yeah, I've just always got the time now, essentially, to focus on Newcastle United. So it's just easier for me to sort everything out. But yeah, obviously I couldn't do this without the support of any of the channels or anyone watching the videos as well. So obviously I owe you everything, and thank you so much. But I'm enjoying it. It's tiresome, I'll be honest. I don't sleep much, but I do enjoy it.
Getting some great comments, Adam. Great comments in the chat here.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
No, I'll go back to the Leeds game at Ellen Road, because I remember watching your video of Shelby's goal. And obviously, you weren't in the away end. Yeah, were you in one of the suites?
Yeah, I was.
That's right. Yeah.
I weren't sure because I didn't hear on the video you celebrating, but were you able to celebrate? Because I know if I was in your position, I'd find it really difficult not to go mad, but that went in.
No, I was pretending to be a Leeds fan when we scored, so I was like, "Oh, how's that winning? That's this terrible goalkeeping." I was like, pretending like a bad defense, but no, I was buzzing about it. To be fair, the people I was on my hospitality team with, I did tell them I was a Newcastle fan. I was pretty straight with them, but. I mean, yeah, it was tough. I'm not gonna lie, it was very hard watching that away and just go mental. I was wishing I could have celebrated, but it was a good experience. I enjoyed it. That was the only way I could get the Leeds game anyway. So yeah, I loved that game. Definitely worth all that money I spent mine to get that win.
Yeah, massive win, and I think it made it such a huge and even better result because. Nobody was expecting it. I think everyone that I spoke to was expecting a loss of some form. So the fact that we went there and won was just kind of put the cherry on top. There's no doubt about it. But,
it wasn't the fact we won either. It was the fact that we played well. Like we actually played better than the opposition. That was another good part about it. It wasn't just like a complete win.
Definitely. I think that was a pleasing thing. I think we talked about on our reaction show after the game is that in the second half, but in particular after we scored, we never looked like losing the game. Like, we never looked like, or not even necessarily losing the game. We didn't look like conceding. Leeds were kind of throwing the kitchen sink at us, but we were just handling everything. And that was off the back of 3 injuries and 3 subs. And yeah, it was just a really, really good performance. It really was. And I just can't help but think, in that team, you had that little bit of quality of Brazilian quality of Bruno Gomes in there, and you add in sort of that Dan Burn with his aerial ability, and Matty Target, who's I think, I'm not sure who mentioned it. I think it might have been Chris mentioned that he's a fantastic crosser of the ball. You add those players into the mix, and it just makes things so much better. I'm excited to see. What are your thoughts about Everton? What's your thought about Everton game? It's a big game.
We're going at the Everton game. Obviously, Everton's had a really good transfer window as well. I had to say, I've been quite impressed with some of the signs here. I think Van der Beek, especially on loan, that's going to be a huge one for them. I just wonder at the same time, where was that money in the summer? Because Rafa had nothing to spend in that summer. He was getting the likes of Townsend and Damari Gray for like £1 million. So I don't know where the money's came from, but Everton's had a good transfer window. They needed it as well, because you look at where they are on the table. You look how good the team is as well. There shouldn't be anywhere near the potential bottom 3. So it's going to be a definite 6-point, a really edgy game. I would say both teams are desperate to win. Newcastle, I would say, are probably the favourites going into it, because we're the home side at the same time. I think we've probably got the better transfer window, especially how much we spent. But again, anyone's game, that really. I think Lampard, well, I don't know how he got on his first match, to be honest. It's always well when manager bounces. We'll keep an eye on it. I think Newcastle have got a good chance to win that one. I definitely expect us to get a result from it.
Yeah, it's there is that worry that they're going to have a manager bounce, but at the same time, we've got a new player bounce. We'll have Bruno Gomes back in the team. We'll have Dan Burn making his official debut as a local Geordie lad, no doubt, and obviously Matty Target. So I think after the window, and that's without forgetting the likes of Trippier that will be playing and Chris Wood. So I do think, I really do think that, although Everton may have a bounce, we'll have a bounce as well. And I think our players are probably more ready to go than Everton's, because Dele Alli hasn't played for so long, and neither has Van der Beek. So we hopefully on that Tuesday might take advantage of the fact that they haven't played a lot of football, and our atmosphere. And I'm sure war flags will be back out. Something fantastic again, as there have been this season, certainly when the takeover's been and gone through. So, I think it's easy to look at Everton and think, oh, yeah, I'm worried, but we've got good players too. They'll have Decore that's out. He's out for a number of weeks. He's a big player for them in midfield. Jordan Pickford always gives us a goal when it comes to St James's Park, so hopefully he'll be in a giving mood again. And look, defensively they're not great. We don't score massive amounts of goals, but defensively they're not great. And let's not forget this: we beat them. Well, I say comfortably. I think it was like 3-1 or 3-2 in the end.
Jeff,
look at Jeffy.
So it's not just you. He takes it out on Pete.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, Jeff's had me in a spin tonight. Jesus Christ.
Mad.
He's been a mad one, but no, he's a great guy. But yeah, I think we have to remember we beat them comfortably. Although the result might not suggest that, we beat them comfortably last season at St James's Park. And that's with all their strongest players in the team. So, yeah, I think under the lights we'll get the 3 points.
Yeah, I hope so.
Adam, what possessed you to do the video where you went and got the jerseys, which I thought was great, by the way, because living in Ireland, I don't get to see what the club shop is looks like now. But what possessed you to get Bruno before 2 or 3 days before you signed? You were that confident that he's going to sign?
Well, first pass the shirt number. Everyone knew he was going to be 39 because it's in tribute to his dad's taxes. So the number's not going to change. In fact, in the French league, you're not allowed to be above number 30 without asking the league directly. So 39 means quite a lot to him, so I knew exactly that would have been his number. And at that point, that was, I think, when the actual terms were agreed, so you know how much we were paying for him was just I think it was the player terms. There was someone else like that hasn't been agreed just yet. So I was confident at that part because that's one that Newcastle had just kind of popped out of nowhere. So I really felt like we were quite deep into that one. I just thought, well, I'll get a video done because no matter what happens here, it's just going to be a good laugh to do, really. So, I mean, at the same time, I looked at the club shop sales. I'm like, listen, I'm going to get myself in some of them. So I thought I'd get a video done for them as well. It was just great, really. Just getting myself in there. I mean, there's no P's and E's left in any of the shirts because everyone kept getting Trippier, so I couldn't get Trippier on any of my shirts at all. So I had to get Wood, Wilson, and Bruno in the end. So I did enjoy it quite a bit, and obviously when Bruno actually signed, that was a great win, you could say.
I thought it was a great idea. Really unique. Everyone else is going to do the same thing, and you just come up with something different. So, well done.
Yeah, thinking outside the box, you could say.
Yeah,
that's the best way to be. That's what you got to do. Obviously with your channels and the things that you're doing, it is very different, and I think that's why people enjoy watching it. So yeah, keep doing what you're doing, mate. It's good, really good.
I think it was the same thing again tonight. You were at the training ground again. Got a photo with me, Dad. I was looking at the bit you were putting up, and yet again, for doing something you enjoy, which isn't really bringing that much harm to people. You took a serious amount of shit again.
I would. It just always happens, unfortunately. It's just how the game goes. I always say to people, though, social media is just not real life. I don't get these people in real life. And on social media, look, I get like hundreds of these. You might be thinking, I'm unanimously hated in real life. It's not true. I don't get this in real life. It's just social media. And again, if you've got a good memory, you can just look and it's the exact same people every single time. So it doesn't concern me one bit. And actually, in our way of thinking about it as well, even though there's people are slagging me off, they're also at the same time actively promoting me, which is obviously beneficial to myself. So I couldn't care less. I appreciate all the support as always. If people don't like me, that's fine, but I'm not interested in what people have to say about me, really.
I think the other good thing I've seen, which a lot of people don't talk about, when you're at the games and you're at the 23s and you're at the women's and everything else, a lot of the younger fans that go to the games actually enjoy kind of meeting you and getting you getting the pictures and stuff done. I know some people look at that and they're like, oh, who's he fucking think he is? But I think if you're a younger fan and you do watch a bit of YouTube and you go to the games and you do, get to see someone, I think it's nice. And I think you don't often get enough credit for doing some of that stuff. So I think, look, fair. I know who did that. I suppose I just want to say, I think sometimes you don't get enough credit for some of the stuff you do with some of the younger fans, getting the selfies done and a few bits and pieces. And I know, people will say what they want about it, but I think it's nice. So keep up all that kind of stuff. So I think people do appreciate it. The right ones appreciate it. Seeing tweets from a couple of parents and stuff saying thanks for meeting the kid and different stuff. So it's nice to do. So keep that going. I think it's really good.
Appreciate it. Cheers. But speaking of the under 23s and the women's squad, the unfortunate thing with them is that there's no footage of the game at all. So the club doesn't give them any cameras, anything to use. So the women's manager herself, bet you will honestly use my videos to sort of analyze the game, which is really sad. They do deserve better than that. I know some of the players quite personally as well from high school and stuff like that. They're all really good football players. And of course, when I actually record the games, it gives people a chance to watch them, and those people might be encouraged to go watch them themselves. So obviously, it's great for the players as well. It's good for morale because they know now that whenever they score an unbelievable goal, there's someone recording it for them. So yeah, it's obviously big for them. And again, they're trying to chase down top of the league, only 1 point off. I think they are top actually a game in hand. So yeah, the team deserve it, and I'm glad now that they are getting the recognition they deserve because the women's team and the under 23s are both having really good seasons.
Very good, very good.
Okay, we have another guest in our green room, and this chap you might have seen before as well. He was on Unloaded twice. I'm not sure if you've ever met him, Adam, but you'll get to meet him now in a sec. And we probably wouldn't be here if it wasn't for him talking about a lot of transfers this window. So he's coming out of retirement. Shit a brick. It's Keith Barson.
Shit a brick.
Welcome, Keith.
Welcome, Eddie. Good to see you again.
Hey, then, Keith.
Yeah, great to see you all.
Have you met Adam before, Keith?
I haven't. I've seen him obviously on set, and I've seen his pods and things. But no, I haven't had the pleasure of meeting him. But pleased to meet you.
Yeah, pleased to meet you. Yeah, there are the first interaction on Loaded HQ.
That's right. I apologise for Mick Edmondson. I was, I'm pretty much messed the times up, but he's running around like a brass fly, so he couldn't get on. But he's wanting to come on, so we'll do another day.
No bother, mate. No bother.
No problem.
Very good. So, Mr. Pallison, how have you judged this window then? You've obviously you were tweeting bits in and out today. I was watching your tweets and stuff. How do you reckon we've done then? Let's take it from two angles. Firstly, from the ownership, how do you think they've done? And then players that have come in, what do you think?
So you mean from the owner's point of view, and then from our point of view as fans?
Yeah. So how do you think they've done with the players they've got in, considering no director of football and stuff that people have been quite critical about? So what's your view on how they've done?
I think they've learned. I think it's been a learned lesson, but sometimes you can't learn things. And I have a friend in Reims who has told me for the past 3 weeks that Atike was begging to come, and he's been desperate to play in the Premier League, and he was really keen to come to Newcastle. He'd looked at it, he'd weighed it all up. So I didn't really get today's message, and I sent him a message back to Paul and I said, I don't want to be harsh because I hope he still comes. He's a cracking player. I said, but he's bottled it a little bit, because really, if he was going to come with that decision on the last day, from his point of view, he could have said that to the club when they first made the approach. He could have said, look, it's not for me. I'm having my first full season in France, so I want to stay. And if you put him in the side, I just think a lot of this frustration from the fans would die, because if you had Wilson come back and you had him up front and you had Wood and the ASM that you could use, you've got proper people, proper players. So I think there's a frustration there. And this morning when we're getting him, and plus what we've got, everybody was high as kites. People within an hour were screaming it was the best winner on earth. So you've got to understand from the owner's point of view that they're faced with agents and with foreign clubs. First of all, haggling for more money. And if you want to measure that, I mean, look at Man United. If you look at Man United's done, rumours tonight that Spurs, even though we could have got in for Ali, as the stories we said, over Levy's body as he come to Newcastle. So for me, I think you've got to look at what the club's made up at. But they've done it without the director of football. They've done it with a head agent who left quite early on, and I think it's been a learning curve. There's been a trip to Saudi in the middle of all that, but put it in perspective, let's answer both questions together. If someone said to me, you get the best right back in England, come at Newcastle, when you're second off bottom. And when I say best right back in England, I'd say a kid who's epitomises everything about this football club. You can forget the money because we don't pay it. You just look at him as a footballer and the way he instills in us, the way he stayed on the pitch when some of our players disappeared at Cambridge, the way he inspires other players to play better, the way that he got Lingard interested big time in coming. He's definitely captain material. He's captain material of the kind of ilk that we haven't seen for a long, long time. We haven't seen a captain who captains like he would. Trippier would be a different, and I'm not blaming Lascelles for this. You've got to learn captaincy, and often, if you look at the way Shearer captained the side, when Shearer was in the dressing room, you knew who was the boss and you knew what people did. But when you hear of niggles and fallouts, and that comes back to captaincy or comes back to the squad of people who run the dressing room. And for me, I think what Trippier's doing, and when you hear that he's been, the saying, more is glued to Tyndall and Howe over in Saudi Arabia, it tells you that Trippier isn't just here as a footballer. He's here for a lot more, and he's talking to the coaches on a regular basis. So to me, he is future cap material. And selfishly, I'd like to think he got that captain's armband not too long into these 17 games. But I think if he does, I think Newcastle perform better. But if you said to me, because it was a good question put to us, if you got the best right back in England, then you got a left back, which we desperately needed, who was Aston Villa's player of the year. And then you got a world class, and I mean world class, midfield player who could play defensive midfield, centre midfield, and attacking midfield. A bloke who's whose stats just embarrass everybody. A bloke whose ability to get the ball, give it, keep it, win challenges, outdoes everybody. You know, when you put people like McTominay against him and Fred, he just embarrasses them. So how we got him, I don't know. So on the one hand, you could say, let's suppose you're saying, at what stage did the owners demonstrate naivety or too much trust? Maybe it's with Lingard. But if Man United's telling you, I mean, Man United's played a masterstroke because Man United's ushered Newcastle to the end of the cliff and said, right, you've got no striker, no centre forward, no nobody. So when Adeyemi dropped out and Lingard was always going to get pulled, you just sit there and say, yeah, they've left us in the shit. But it's a great learning curve because go back to who we've got. We've got a cracking left back in Taggart. We've got an outstanding right back. We've got a centre half who's from Blythe, who a lot of people forget didn't let ASM have a kick when we played Brighton. St. Maxim didn't get a kick against Burn. And people going about what he is and what he's not. That lad will run through walls for you. And then you've got a domineering midfield player, world quality. And then you've got a centre forward who was Burnley's probably hope of staying up. I'd have been happy with that. I'd have took that deal and I just said, right, that's me done. I'm happy. I'm going to bed. But the reason there's a little bit of frustration coming out of the fan base, I think, is because at 9 o'clock, we're getting Adeyemi, we're getting Lingard was looking good. You know what I mean? We were more or less getting so full of ourselves. We were shooing away the alleys and the, you know what I mean? We don't want Ramsey. I mean, no, he's too much. But that's life. That's life. And if we were getting that as fans, God knows what the owners were getting. I'm sure they were getting that times 50. And I'm sure within the owners, they'd be saying to the agents, well, have you got him? Have you got him? Is he coming? Are you here? What about him? And I suppose people who were looking at the owners were saying, what are you doing? Have you spoken to the agents? It just comes down, you get a sort of snowball effect. But to me, I think it's been a cracking window. It's a better window than what I imagined at the start. And I think the only disappointment for Newcastle fans is that today it looked like it was going to be better. You know what I mean? Today.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of people put rumours out on different pods and things saying, we've heard there's going to be a massive mega signing. So then all the fans start thinking Mbappe, Haaland, Gareth Bale was rumoured. And you can see where that leads us to, you know what I mean? That just leads us into the land of plod. But where we are now, where we are today, is we've got a team that'll be much harder to get past. You know what I mean? Henderson was never coming because of Man United. Ali was never coming if we wanted him. And Lingard was just a piss take. So what you've got to do is you've got to have some empathy for your owners and think, Christ, they've done that without the director of football. They've done that. Because, you know, we were only talking several weeks ago when they got the ownership, the club thrust on them, and they didn't know what was happening. You know, my birthday was at the end of August. And when you look at it, so that's just, 4 weeks in September, October, November, December. It's not a long time ago. And I remember that too. I got a watch presented that John from QTech had made for us. And it was the NCSL watch. And Steve Hasty and Steve Wraith got up there and presented to us. And Steve started the speech by saying, Keith here, I know it's his birthday and you're all here for him, thinks we're going to get a takeover. And he says, but I know it's over. I know it's finished. It's gone. And Steve Hasty nodded and he says, yeah, Keith thinks it's coming through. And all my mates were saying, well, he's lost the plot. Keith's lost the plot. And I knew it was coming through. But what you've got to remember is they were being advised by the buyers who didn't know it was coming. They didn't know how close it was. And so when, you must admit, when the 7th of November came, it was disarray. I mean, there was, people turning up, they were booking hotel rooms and turning up at Jesmond House and things like that. It was all in rush. And then they had to sit there and say, right, are we going to let Steve Bruce manage this? And then people said, well, I'll go and get Rafa back. And think about the journey, because there's been an awful lot to do to get a 3-party consortium together and then go out and get players. So talk about the great points. I think they did a marvellous job by tapping up Trippier pre-window to have him ready to come. I've just read an article tonight from Sven Botman And what the article says is a lot of people knocked the Newcastle project. But he compares it to Man City and Paris Saint-Germain and said, look where they started. And he said, don't knock it. And he said, you know, I've had approaches from AC Milan and Newcastle. And if you read it, it says I'm coming to Newcastle. You know, that's,
yeah. We were discussing that before. Keep saying that.
So, I mean, I haven't thought all the show, but so if you know, and if Botman had come, you had that Virgil van Dijk, you had that sort of company, you had that you had that, because if you put that Botman and then you put Gomeres in front of him, and then if you went and got a world class centre forward, you've got your spine, haven't you? You know what I mean? And it's different again. So for me, I'm delighted. I mean, this is a great time to support Newcastle. And you know, when we were taking all the horse shit during the takeover, and we were listening to all the abuse, and I've just heard Adam before I got on. I heard Adam talking about it, and you know, you're only a young lad, Adam, and talk to an old bugger like me, and take on board that if you fail in life, Adam, you don't get critics, you get sympathy. And so when people are nasty to you, that's part of success. You know what I mean? And all the good footballers in life, take Ronaldo when he come to Newcastle, he was booed more than anyone on the pitch because he's one of the top 3 players in the world. And so if people criticise you, Adam, it means you're doing something they don't like. And I got abuse on steroids through the takeover, but all the way through, I knew what I was doing. And people, even today, people told me I didn't know what I was doing. And there was a lovely story for me that I got today. I got a phone call from Peter Beardsley, and I was at a do yesterday with him where he was at the Time Theatre, and I've got to say it was brilliant listening to him. He was so entertaining. You know, he told a story where when Arthur Cox phoned him up in Vancouver, he rang the phone and he had one of them bricks, you know, them big huge breeze blocks. And they put the phone rang, and Arthur Cox said, hi, it's Arthur Cox, Newcastle manager. Do you want to come live in Newcastle? And he told him to F off and put the phone down because he didn't think it was Arthur Cox. He thought it was one of the lads lying home. And then he phoned him back and said, no, I want you to come over and play with Keegan. This is the first time round. And when his wife, Sandra, come out of the supermarket, it's just a great story. She said, anything happens? He says, Arthur Cox just rang us from Newcastle. He wants us to go and sign for them. And she says, what do you want you for? I just thought, you know, not because she thinks she's married to one of the best players in the world, but she thought, well, what does somebody want you for? And then he said to us, he goes, I went over the table to meet him yesterday. He waved us over, and he was sat with Mick Laws, who's probably, you know, Mr. Newcastle, one of the best reporters we've ever had. And he shook hands with us and all the rest of it, and said it's good to meet you and all that. And I went away. I said my niceties and went away. When I went away, there was another 2 people on the table who Peter went to school with. And they said, who's that lad? And Mick Laws said, that's the lad that started all this. And that's the lad who got you your takeover. Without him, it would have happened. And when Mick Laws said that, I just thought, wow, there's someone who is probably genuinely in the know. He doesn't want to be in the know, but he did. And I walked away at that. And then I left early last night. And that's enough. That's enough. But with people like Adam, at your age, Adam, you're going in an area where older people do podcasts, not young lads like you. And they do, don't they? And then whenever you say anything that be cast as controversial, there's always 3 sides to the story, Adam. There's your side, there's my side, and there's the truth. And we always think our side's right. We always think the other side's wrong. But the truth is always on both of our sides. There's always bits of what you said and bits of what I said. But on social media, son, it'll be people who can just abuse you because they're professional abusers. So just let it go. And I mean, the club will find that if they'd kept all these people under wraps and they denounced them all tonight, they're heroes tonight. They said, wow, that's the best player ever. But what they did was they brought the first best. And well, it's a toss-up. Who'll be the most influential, Trippier or Gomeres? But they brought them very early on. So when you've got Trippier and Gomeres coming out so early, you're thinking to yourself, oh God, who's coming next? Which centre forward again? So people saying to me, well, it takes a patter, but really I prefer shit and I prefer this, that. And people get greedy. You know, we all get greedy. It's our nature. And so as football fans, we maybe just got a bit carried away. Do you know what I mean? I think that's what's happened. I think we've just got a little bit carried away with ourselves. And I mean, even me, like at my age, should know a bit better. You know what I mean? I shouldn't have a young runaway ahead. But this morning, I thought, oh, this is going daft. This is going daft. And I thought, when I heard Tiki was coming, I thought, there's going to be 3 signings. There's going to be a big one coming here because they would have done that first. And to me, I think they've gone after big players, but I just don't think they've got every player they wanted. And I think that Lingard, on meeting his manager yesterday, was told to meet him again today. I think he believed that he was going to get the deal.
Yeah, I think we would. I completely agree with that, Keith. Yeah, I think we don't want to be spoiled or anything, but I think it was just 9 o'clock this morning. I think everyone was buzzing, weren't they? Because we thought we were going to get Ekitike, we were going to get Lingard, and then we were thinking, oh, we're forgetting those. Who else could we get? And I think because those 2 big deals didn't happen, we've all just kind of gone a bit, oh. But we were saying before, Keith, before you joined, that I think when once the window's over and we look back and reflect, we're all going to go, do you know what? It was a really good window. Did really well there.
Yeah. But it's probably to 90% of the fan base being a disappointing end because and I think the biggest problem is if you asked 90% of the database thought we're getting Lingard. I think we all thought that he was coming, and he just went on too much. It had too much airtime. And Sky thought it was happening, and people said that the ransom note had gone from 12 million to 9 million, and the rumours went out that if the 9 million went to 6 million, if it went down to 6 million, Newcastle would bite the bullet and do the deal. So when you hear all this, you've got to be pardoned. I mean, we've been in the dark ages for so many years, but if someone said to me when the take was going on, you're going to have a window in January 2022 that's going to feel like this, I'd have nipped myself. You know what I mean? And it's uncanny. And so when I say to people, I say to people who's got young kids, and I say to young kids, when I say, you don't know how lucky you are. You don't know how lucky. I was talking to Mick Edmondson, who was going to try and get a night, and we were talking about where we've been, and we've been to Roma, Barcelona, Kiev, Bilbao. You know what I mean? And you talk about them days, you don't realise at the time the best days of your life. You don't realise that 10 years later, it won't happen every day. You actually think in Keegan's era, it's going to be like this all the time. And I mean, I'm sure the summer window's going to be even bigger because I'm sure we're going to stay up. I've got no doubts whatsoever that we're going to stay up. If we weren't going to stay up, I think the turning point came Man United at home, and then the Leeds game was just an uncanny event for it to happen. But now, I think it'll be much harder getting past Taggart, Burn. If you put Burn next to Fernandes and Trippier, I just think it's harder. And then you've got to get past Gomes to get to them. And I think that you start to think, holy God, it's starting to really come together. The other thing you shouldn't underestimate is 3 people on Saturday against Leeds. Sean Longstaff, he had a blinder. And you think, Willock's second half performance.
Yeah.
And Shah's performance. Because they're people, they've had some crap, they've had some stick. And that's what we do, you know what I mean? Praise somebody, knock them down. But Sean Longstaff was massive. And I think, honestly, that kid will gain an extra yard playing with the Maras. I think that Willett will, and I've had loads of people say to me, wow, that Woods heap of shite. And I go, really? Have you seen the stats of the Leeds game? There were more aerial duels against Leeds than any Premier League forward has won this season in a game. And he made more passes, accurate passes during the game than any footballer on Newcastle's side. So, and that's when he probably is not having his best game. So what I'm saying is there's a lot more to come from this team. We just need to be patient. I hear so many people criticise ESM. I don't mind. Like in this team, he's been my favourite player because he's always given us hope. When there is no hope. Why did he lose the ball? Because he's playing in a really poor side, a championship side. And what he's doing is attacking people, but he has no right to do so. And it's frustrating. And people say, pass the ball. Who to? Kieran Clark. You know what I mean? So what he's doing is he's sitting there thinking, and if you look at the goal, you got to look at the Man United goal, or look at his last goal, and you just think he made them out of nothing. He created them goals out of absolutely nothing at a time when we didn't look like scoring. So what we need to do is get behind the Sean Longstaffs, get behind. You know, if you think, you know, like if you think that Gamera's in there, he's not going to play all 17 games. And you know, he's going to come off, you know, 20 minutes before the end, and we're going to put the Haydens of the world on. We need to get behind them all. I mean, but there's Neil Calvert just put a great point there. Is, you know, we did get stitched up off Man United. Maybe they were never going to sell us Lingard.
Yeah.
But I don't think they think that Mason Greenwood is going to be dancing down social media this week. I don't think they think Martial would have got away. I don't think they Van der Beek would have got away. So when you think of that, you know, their circumstances have changed, and you know, Man United's Man United. You know, I can tell you factually on documents I've read that Manchester United and Tottenham were two of the more vociferous people to stop our takeover illegally. So don't expect favours. You know, don't expect to get Lingard and Dele Alli in the window, because they despise what Newcastle's doing. It doesn't matter who the owners were. It didn't matter anything about the owners. It's just the fact that they despise the fact that we take on one of the positions of the cartel.
Just Keith, one of the things that you said earlier about look, I think we'd all agree that none of us think we're going down now after the window we've had. We should be able to stay up. So let's play that out. We do stay up. Maybe we are in a better position that we haven't brought anyone else in, and then we kind of have a fresh, even a cleaner slate. Let's say going into the summer then, and a bit of time and more. Everyone's back to 0 points, and it's all open. So maybe we can look at reassess the options and some of the players we were linked to as well. See how they progress, and even go back in for Ekitike and definitely go back for Botman and so on and so forth. So it's not all doom and gloom either. That we didn't bring anyone in, any major attacking player in on the last day. So yeah, I think you've given us a bit of extra confidence there, Keith, in that little speech. You always do that first.
You obviously what? That person.
Sorry?
To give us confidence. You've given us confidence, Keith, in what you've just said. So,
right.
like, okay.
Yeah. And I agree with what Daz has just said, because if we got Dembele in, it sort of changes the dressing room. It sort of, you know, you've got everybody sit there and drool about it. But if you talk to people in France, a lot of them think this young kid is techie. They think he is the next Mbappe. So you look at it and think, well, would you not? You know, that you've got to manage this. You've got to bring people in the right ages, and you've got to bring dressing room characters in. So you know, the world class centre half still needs to come in. But that showed at Liverpool, and it showed at Man City. That's a critical position. That's massive. So you're going about, you know, everyone's saying, we should have brought the Brazilian in from Sevilla. A lot of people watch them every week, say he makes a lot of mistakes. And they say, you know, and he's rash. Zapata, you know, is supposed to be, you know, like, can behead the ball. It's difficult bringing people out in, you know what I mean? And you know, under Kevin Keegan, you know, I remember being in the away game, and they brought on what do you call him? South American. Who's the guy? Who's the guy that Keegan signed late in the day?
Aspia.
And we just thought, that's just going to make us even better. But we go back for a while, and it seemed to change things for a while. So for me, I think if we stay up with this side, as Daz has just said, I think we're better off having some of the major positions on field, because we haven't got the Canota yet. We haven't got the world class Gomera's equivalent at attacking midfielder. We haven't got that. We haven't got the household name centre forward. We haven't got the Virgil van Dijk centre half yet. There's three, and at the edge of our keeper, and you look what's behind him. You know, they've just put probably the second best keeper out on loan. So that tells you but the rest of them are surplus. So I think it'll be a world-class keeper, 60, 70 million plus to Bradford. I think it'll be two. I think that's where our future's heading. But it's all these things, isn't it? It's all these things. I mean, I dread if Bradford gets injured. If he gets injured, I'll crap myself because we don't have a substitute for him at the minute. Like Darlow's nowhere near as good as Dubravka in my book. So I think you're right, Daz. I think there's a lot more to come out of this team, and I think we've got enough. I think we've got enough to stay up. We saw Watford play Norwich; they were abysmal.
Oh, it was terrible. Terrible.
I mean, it's a crime that we didn't see Watford off. When you see them against Watford, against Norwich, they were awful. And I think Norwich will have another dip again. Burnley held Arsenal well, but I don't see them hanging in. I think points on the board are better than games in hand. You've got to take it on perspective. You know what I mean? You could be Sunderland, you could be signing the 53-year-old.
Yeah. Chris wanted to bring to Newcastle at one stage.
It must be hard work, wasn't it, when your chairman's 9-year-old and your centre forward's 53. It's this is the time to giggle, and this is the time to I've had criticism today of Mackhams, you know what I mean? People I know, they just say, he's shit, and all our players are shit. I said, he got his game for both on Saturday. That's just it. So I think this is a great time to support Newcastle. And yes, I would have liked a Lingard type of player up front, and I'd like a bull centre forward. I'd have liked a lethal centre forward. But probably the big position where you've got to fill yet is our world class centre.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? I think and I think Burn was bought because he can double up and play left side as well. Do you know what I mean? And he's a local lad, and he's tried and tested in the Premier League. He's better than what we've got.
Yeah,
people. Someone said to me, "He's not as good as what you got." You serious? You haven't made it coming out games this season. So it's mega exciting. It's just a great time to support Newcastle. Better than what I thought it would be. And even though I hoped for lots of signings, I didn't expect to get Gomeras in this window or somebody of his ilk. Did you? Did any of you think we'd get him?
No.
Nobody would think that we'd get a player of that quality. He's one of the best players in France.
He's being watched by PSG, Spurs, and Arsenal.
Juventus as well. All the top clubs were waiting in the summer to pick him up, and the fact that they, regardless of how much money they got, all those big teams did not expect us to be able to pull Bruno Gomeras from Lyon in this window. And I think what we've done, we've pissed off a lot of big teams because we've done what they didn't expect us to do. Because I think Bruno Gomeras was on on a lot of shopping lists for a lot of big teams in the summer, and now they've got to go back to the drawing board to find a talent as good as him. Because one of the things you talked about, Keith, and I thought you made a really good point. You talked about the spine of the team. You talked about, in particular, the midfielders, the likes of Longstaff and Willock, and how important Bruno Gomeras will be to their development, and he will, because if anyone knows about his attitude, and obviously we had Leon, French journalist, on Saturday talking about his attitude and how he demands the best from the players around him. What I honestly believe we'll see from Newcastle in the second half of the season, we will see our possession stats go up, because he's not the type of player that likes to lose the ball. He likes to keep possession. He likes to see the ball going forward. So you won't see any of this backwards passing to the centre backs, back to the keeper, putting them under pressure. What you're going to see is Gomeras pushing the players up with possession and making those forward passes. So one of the things we talked about on the reaction show was the lack of service to Chris Wood, who is a fantastic player to hold up the ball. What you'll start to find is that ball getting fizzed into Chris Wood and players running off him and creating more chances off the back of that. That's what we're going to start to see. And Bruno Gomeras is a big part of that.
Maybe we should go to Martin, because Martin had an update from Sky there just a few minutes ago. Do you want to give us that update, Martin?
Yeah, they said I'm going to get a big bill. in February for the amount of time my bloody telly's been on. No, obviously, few bits. I didn't get Keith Downey, but Shea Given is taking an awful lot of flack because he said that Newcastle fans would not be happy with the window because we've not signed anybody big, and he's very disappointed that we've not gone for it. So that's not gone down too well. He was kind of put in his place a little bit by, to be fair, Clinton Morrison, who said he was pretty much talking out of his backside in no uncertain terms. But yeah, that hasn't gone down too well. There's a fair bit of reaction on Twitter off the back of that. Couple of other bits that came out of it was just pretty much everybody else seems okay with the window. Definitely nothing else coming in. Newcastle are going to redraw and relook at the listings for the summer and are starting to look at plans. The other thing, few people worrying about Dan Burn. So I did a quick reach out and I've just had a DM back to say that there is an announcement expected within the next 5-10 minutes on Dan Burn. Couple of hiccups, but that's all now resolved and the deal is done. There you go.
Done.
There you go. 22. I was told 10:45. So there you go on the knock.
I think he caught his head on the floodlight.
Yeah, I think so. Well, apparently there was a few rumors. Apparently, the medical staff thought he had a third leg, but I don't know whether that's true or not. So that is done. The only other big one that looks like it may two deals that not Newcastle related, but may get through there. It looks like Chelsea are going to pull off Dembele and Ousmane Dembele to Chelsea. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's a one-on-one deal apparently. If it's Chelsea's kit dealer from years ago, so that looks like it's going to happen. And the only other one that's the song.
That's the song.
Is it? Is that it?
Oh, is that what they're playing? Oh,
the only other one is the lad from Fulham that looks like he's going to Liverpool. Carvalho, is it?
Oh yeah.
That seems to have stalled a fraction because Fulham want him loaned back to them for the rest of the season, and Liverpool don't seem willing to do that. So that's kind of still ongoing.
Just do it, wouldn't you, Mark?
Yeah,
just do it. They don't desperately need them, do they?
Yeah, I'm just being told that that's kind of stalled slightly, but Liverpool's still hoping to get it done. But they're the big ones. Nothing else coming in. Obviously, Burns being announced, so there you go.
Nothing on Ali, Mark?
No, nothing on Dele Alli. I've got nothing else, lads, and that is now that the Burn one is done, that's Newcastle's business done for this winter.
Has Rangers signed Ramsey?
Yes,
Rangers have signed Ramsey. Yes, done deal. Yeah. That's a good deal for Rangers.
Yeah, it is. They say it's the biggest deal since he signed Gaza. That's big class up there.
He'll do well up there.
For them.
And to be fair, it's probably not, given his injuries, it's probably not a bad league for him to get back into to get sure that he's able to produce on that level, I suppose. But we'll see. So yeah, Dan Burn. So there you go. He's in. That has been announced. So yeah, thoughts from anyone?
Look, I'm going to just throw up something that Richie gave me. It was stats comparing Burn to Lascelles or Burn Lascelles, as we didn't say.
Jesus, don't say that.
So yeah, it's too small. I can't read the writing. Look, it just looks better. Burn looks better than Lascelles. That's the moral of the stats there. Done. Yeah. Oh, sorry, Keith, you wanted to see it?
No, I was just trying to. I mean, obviously on there they're saying his defending is a lot better, like twice as good. His attacking is more consistent and better, and his possession is way better, like different league. Yeah. So there's not much comparison them two graphs. At the left one, because if you're thinking about it, for yours with bad eyes, you've got defending is the red, where you can see there's twice as much red on Burns on the left than is on Sells on the right. The blue is possession, and again, if you look at the middle sector, the possession is way more possession than keeping possession. And then your middle one, your cream, which again is double, is obviously that's his attacking, which again, when he carried the ball against Newcastle, he was a good player. We take it down now. It's like anything. You've also got to think to yourself. He's from here. It makes a big difference. It makes a massive difference. He played here. When you see where before he went off to likes of Fulham, then he was a darling. You know what I mean? That like he doesn't need telling the story. He knows exactly what's going on. He knows the shit we're in, and he'll be there fighting. He'll be leaving a leg in. He'll be getting hurt. Do you know what I mean? So to me, I think it's good. I think people are massively underrated Taggart. He was Aston Villa's Player of the Year last year. Player is always the one who does all the unforeseen things. He's always the one who does that extra. He's the bloke that you want in your team. He's the bloke you want in your training sessions. So to get that, to get him and Trippier either side. And the other thing is, well, you talk about goalkeepers. I bet you Dubravka improves with a 6'7" centre back and 2 proper fullbacks. But,
Daz, I've got some bad news, mate.
What's the bad news, Chris?
Campbell has gone to Bournemouth.
Oh yeah,
Right,
we thought that happened.
Yeah,
It's loan deal, yeah.
Yeah, loan deal, mate. Yeah.
Oh, I just thought would have been someone that we would have fallen back on. But it was probably too late in the day as well with the guys.
I think with those 2 slides as well on the Lascelles and Burn thing, Richie's just tweeting there or just texting there on the errors. If you look at it, Lascelles 83 errors. Nowhere compared to Dan Burn. So
who texted you, Richie?
Yeah, Richie's whacking it in the
Tell
chat.
him to come on,
Come on.
Come on.
My mate Johnny Allen just text there and says Burns is official, so that's panic.
Yep.
Over
No, it's all done. Yeah,
I'd have been more worried if we didn't have a centre back.
You got the music?
I've got the music. Yeah, do you want to hear it? It's as corny as.
Give us a little blast. Give us a little blast.
Hang on. I don't know. Hang on.
It'll trigger. It'll trigger YouTube.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, better not. Yeah, it is. So it is. Yeah, the official video is him signing and then obviously standing in the tunnel with the shirt and everything else. But it is "Burn, Baby Burn" is the music at the time.
Is he dancing, Mart? Is he dancing?
Is he dancing? I don't know. He's wearing a pair of shorts and he's carrying a bottle of Brown Ale, if that counts.
Adam, you happy with Burn coming in?
Yeah, definitely. We needed a centre half, no matter who it is. This is a 6'7" guy that Graham Potter a few weeks ago said is a huge centre half to have at the club. I think like Newcastle, yes, we did need that world class one you could see to get in, but we tried with Botman, we tried with Diego Carlos, we were clearly getting outpriced from the club, so you can't blame the owners for not getting those players in because you wanted us to be mugs. Like I'd rather us get players in that we want to come to this football club and players that are actually worth the value we're paying for them. So Dan Burney, he's not his amazing 10 out of 10 sign, but he's better than what we have, and he's someone that's going to improve the team. He showed the stats before, and he's clearly better than the sales and the stats, as you can see. So, yeah, it's a smart signing. All we need to do is just stay up this season. He's the sort of player that can do that. So, yeah, no complaints from me whatsoever. I think he's a good signing for him.
Nice.
Yeah. Really, mate.
Very good. And Shearer's literally just tweeted and said, "Welcome home, Dan."
Nice touch.
Which is a nice touch.
If you don't mind, I head off in a bit. I've been on quite well. I'm getting quite tired now.
No problem. Listen, thanks very much for coming on. You go on crack on there, mate.
No worries. For the first time. Thank you for load of HQ as well. Obviously, best look at your channel. Great to see he's doing well. So keep it up, lads.
And
no worries, mate. Great to point a few of yours this way, mate.
Yeah, perfect.
No worries, pal.
Take care, thanks, mate.
Cheers.
See you, mate.
Nice one, Adam, coming on. Join us. So, who did we get rid of then?
All of them.
How did we be saying?
who did we manage to...
Elliot Anderson was confirmed. He's gone to Bristol Rovers.
Okay, he wasn't in the 25-man squad. Okay.
Was White not?
Joe White's gone, yeah.
Yeah, he wasn't on it either.
He went out earlier in the week.
So he's got the
who did he go to? I've seen that.
Hartlepool.
He was Hartlepool, yeah.
Hartlepool, yeah.
Matty Longstaff's gone to Mansfield.
Yeah.
So that must be 3 squad numbers gone.
No, that's none. Because none of those were in the squad numbers, but not out of the 25.
The only one that's looking like going is Jeff Hendrick.
They'll just pull the other boys out the squad, so you'll find
like Gillespie will be out.
Gillespie, I'd say Gillespie will be out.
Who's going to be the far boys?
Clark will be out.
Here's my.
Oh, there you go, Daz. Yeah, you reckon that?
I reckon Hendrick. Well, we said might get QPR. We'll probably stick with Dwight Gale now because haven't got another striker. So,
so it's going to be Lewis, Clark, probably Gillespie, Hendrick. That's 4. which makes room for.
Well,
Is Wood already in the squad? Not in the
No,
squad.
no. So what I put together here was the original 25-man squad, and this is from a few days ago. I was putting together. We had 4 at that time, well, nearly 4, and we have 5 now that have come in, confirmed in. So we need to find a home for those 5 from that 25-man squad. So we said Gillespie out, Henrik out. We know Lewis is not going to get squad number. We know Clark is out as well. So we have to find one more from that.
There's probably no point. Does he take Woodman out? But
Woodman actually is gone. He's gone. Yeah, he's gone.
Yeah, there you go. So that's one.
Got a bomb.
Yeah, that's right. Woodman is gone.
I was looking at that. I wasn't sure.
So yeah,
we have five gone, 5 in.
So the ones that are missing out are Clark, Henrik, Mark Gillespie. Woodman's gone, and who's the one? And Lewis.
Yeah. Well, the interesting thing is that whether they because I think you've got in red that you've taken out Emil Kraft, but
yeah, that was just my own interpretation a couple of days ago, Pete.
Yeah, so that'd be interesting to see if he stays in, because we've already that'll mean we've got 3 right backs.
Yeah.
So we're keeping 3 right backs, but not keeping a young lad called Lewis, who's probably got more of a future at the club. I think that'd be a poor move, if I'm honest. I think Lewis, in my opinion, I might be wrong. Lewis has got more to offer to this current squad than Emil Kraft, in my opinion.
Well, I think he's got more to offer than Kraft or Clark. Kraft or Clark. What's your feedback you getting on Joe Linton's injury? What do you think he'll be back?
They said he wasn't serious.
Yeah, it wasn't serious.
He didn't train in Saudi Arabia, but they said from reports that he wouldn't be an issue in time for the next game at Everton. But they expect him to train this week with a view to being back, because obviously he got the groin injury and went off early, but so did Decore at Everton. But Everton's Decore is out for 4 weeks, so he's going to miss the Newcastle game, whereas Joe Linton should be back in. So that's good.
If you're picking that, you're putting Taggart left back, and you're putting Trippier right back. Who you put next to Burn?
Fernandez.
Same here. So I take that Raul as well.
Not Fabian Schär?
You are?
Yeah, Fernandez or Shaw for me.
I think after his performance at Leeds, I don't think Shaw comes out the team, if I'm honest.
Then you've got Gomera's back of the midfield, and you put Joe Linton in front of him. And who would you put left and right?
Shelby has to start.
Yeah. I'd have Shelby that little bit. I'd have Shelby that. If that middle 3, I'd have Shelby just a little bit deep, and then I'd have Joe Linton and Gomerish. Then I'd have Fraser and ASM as the 2 wings, and then I'd have Wood and maybe Willock or somebody just off him.
4-2-3-1, Mart.
Yep, absolutely.
I was going to say Gomerish plays better with a midfield partner that's good on the ball, that can pass the ball and move the ball well. And regardless of what we think about Shelby, he can pass the ball.
He's the only one that can.
He's been doing well.
And he has been playing well recently, in my opinion. But I think Shelby and Gomerish would make a good partnership, and then you've got the little bit of battle and steel, and someone that can ruffle some feathers with Joe Linton in the mix of that, which doesn't leave really any positions for the likes of Willock or Longstaff. But this is why we have a squad, because you can mix and match. Yeah, I don't see a problem with Willock coming off the bench and doing what he did at the back end of last season. Before he got his starts, he was and really impacting games, scoring goals. There's no reason why we can't get Willock to get him back to that level to do it again. There's no reason why we can't. And then you got Sean Longstaff. He's the one I think who will miss out, if I'm honest. Shelby's not going to be dropped. Eddie Howe loves him, and I think he's made that clear right from the beginning.
Yeah, exactly. So we got 1 minute, 20 seconds left of the window, boys. If anybody can see that there.
Yeah. Loads of options, though, lads, which is nice.
I think tonight you're going to see that I don't believe that Lampard spent as much time with Ali and not got a signing. What I was shocked was that he was 40 million and they were looking at a permanent deal, because that's a hell of a gamble. Somebody who's not failed to impress 3 managers, that you're going to be into the 40 millions. You're into the 40 million gets you a top European midfield player, we get you a top striker. So I was shocked, but I think you're going to see that. I think that's going to be the deal that you read tomorrow, to say that Everton's done a deal, and I think there'll be get outs if it doesn't work out. You know what I mean? But I think it'll be an option to purchase at the worst, or might even be a purchase now. But,
I think there's like I think there's I read somewhere that there's like a clause that after 15 or 20 games, there's like a £20 million payment that they have to make straight away.
Yeah, there's no. It's initially supposedly for Ali to Everton. It's a 0 fee, but 20 million after 20 games.
So that'll take it into next season,
yeah.
won't it?
Yeah.
So they don't have to pay this season.
Yeah.
Okay.
£1 million a game.
5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. And
Shot.
done. The window is closed.
Big Ben.
The window is closed.
The deal's not announced. It's going to come through there, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Well, they're still saying that Ali to Everton is close, but unless they've got the paperwork in,
Cheers, Shane.
is it something like the window closes? You have an hour up to midnight for the last paperwork to go through, or something like that. I could be wrong.
I think it's up till 1.
1 o'clock. 1 o'clock.
Yeah,
to get this,
okay. Yeah, I thought there was something anyway. That's it. Window done. Burn announced. Finito. I got for that.
Someone saying Sibierski is in.
Sibierski, yeah. Or Cucci.
Yeah.
No, Sibierski was actually a good free transfer.
He was. He did well.
He had a fantastic
I'll tell you
season.
what, I'd take Ketspire back.
If you
got his European football. Sibierski got his European football. So never a bad deal for me.
If you're asking what have you learned from the winter, don't trust Man United.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. What's the second thing you learned from the winter? Don't trust Tottenham.
Yeah, but I did enjoy Bruno's team's little video with the little digs at Arsenal. Brilliant video. Yeah, top notch.
And Botman's, if you look at Botman's statement, it's very similar in the fact that he's telling everybody that, you know, you think it's a done deal for AC Milan, but he's hinting that Newcastle's project is what he fancies.
Yeah. He doesn't rule Milan out, does he? Doesn't rule Milan out, but he's basically saying, I want Newcastle.
I think the rules is in. I think that's what he does. So, you know, I think if you get a director of football, especially one of the well-known ones, I think them and themselves bring deals and they make things happen quicker. I think come the summer, you know, a bit like we had Trippier signed up, I think we get like director of football deal for the fall. I think you'll find that there'll be big players lined up, ready to come in the summer.
Yeah.
You know, they'll know exactly what the Trippier deal is for him to come on a free transfer. And then, yeah, it would be nice if we signed the likes of Dembele, but look at that guy who's just left Spurs and gone back to Lyon.
And Dembele.
Yeah, and just look what he's done. You know, 60 odd million, and they reckon he was shocking. They reckon he was a terrible player. But you know, it's I think when you get this level, I think it's got something to do with a person's character as much as ability. And I think you've got to try and build a team of people with the right character. And I think, you know, it feels like a lot of the agents are saying that Howe's been very hands-on. So much so he's frustrated some of the agents that he's really wanted to vet everybody that's coming in. And I think when a director of football comes, there'll be less of that. It'll be more their job doing that full time. So I think happy day, happy night, and another chapter in this great time sport Newcastle. But think about it. Think about last year. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Think pre-October.
Yeah.
I remember one window like a long time ago where, you know, we had like teams like Dyer and people like that, and we you know, we were waiting for signings to come through. We just didn't get anybody. And you look at people, you know, we've had loan deals. We've had like a couple of loan deals, and we've had people where at 1 o'clock in the morning to come say Newcastle's got a free transfer sorted. You don't know who it is, or you know, and you think, you know, what they call it, Coochie. Remember when we got him? Like you just look at players like that and you just think, Jesus. And you've got to hope that they're good. You know, the hope Yosselu and people like that. You know, that's the kind of people being brought up on. So if you look at all the good players we've made approaches
Cheers,
for,
Simon.
Cheers, Simon.
Salami, or what was his name? It's not Salami. The guy who got from Leicester.
Oh, Slimani.
Slimani. That was it.
Salami.
Salami.
Salami would have been better.
Yeah. If you think of them players we've had and we've tried to make the best of it, hey, I think we've got enough to stay up, and I think it'll be more fun in the summer this, because I think you'll know what you've got, what you haven't got, and you'll look forward to the summer. You know what I mean? And I think the main positions, creative midfielder, centre forward, centre half, is massive. You know, I think I'm excited that we could get Botman and a world-class creative midfielder. And you talk about Shelby, and I mean someone with legs, someone who can run. No, but someone who can run all day and carve defences up. That's what I'm talking. Not just with a long pass. I'm talking about who can carry a ball and slip a ball through. And then I'm talking about the centre forward. You know that Wood will do as a job, but Wood will be coming on the bench. Wood will be in the squad when we get our main centre forward in the summer. So there's three major signings to come in the summer. You know, and you're going to be talking big numbers. You're talking 70, 80 millions for centre forwards.
Keith, we had a question there from Yano. Yano asks, how many letters did you write again?
I love Yano. Well, Yano, if I told you I got 5 off the Premier League, and one of theirs was 9 pages, it'll tell you that how many I sent. But I sent a few. But just one that hurt them. Just one letter that really hurt them. But the rest is history. It'll all come out one day. One day it'll all come out, and it'll shock a few people. Even you lads will get some shocks when you see.
Oh, there you go.
There you go.
Keith?
That'll make a show.
My prized possession.
Exactly. Yeah, mine's upstairs.
Christmas cards off Keith.
Mine, yeah. Listen, that's.
There'll be some bricks getting shit when that book comes out, but it's all good. If you think about it all, like if you think my birthday was just only 5 weeks before the table went through, and my own people who I knew, my mates were saying, he's lost the plot. He's lost the plot. And when that happens, 5 weeks later, the owners weren't ready. The owners weren't ready, and they've had to do this without a real team to help them. So I think you've got to just cut them some slack. Ask, would you have took these players before the window? If someone said to you, I'll give you 5 players, and 2 of them's Comeras and Kieran Trippier, every one of you would have said thumbs up.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Go back the start of the window rather than the end of the window, and you'll have a totally different view of it. But these are great times to support Newcastle. We will stay up. There's nothing to say. We will stay up. And I think when we play Villa, Everton, and the next one is Brighton, we would get nothing out of those games a few weeks ago under Steve Bruce. But now I think we've got a real good goal. I hope the Ali deal doesn't go through, because it's another player to have to control. Yeah. But I don't think Everton are going to. Do much with us.
Yeah, it will be interesting if that Ali deal goes through, because it'll be Ali and Van der Beek potentially coming up against us. So yeah, it'll be 2 new midfields technically.
It will. But whatever they create, I'm hoping they're going to go to a defense. A defense that's much stronger and much more resilient than what it's been. I mean, if we had a defense, we wouldn't be where we are in the league.
Ali deal is done, according to JJJ.
Deal done, is it Johnny Allen?
No. Whatever.
Ooh.
Okay. That'll make the interesting game. I think we'll turn Everton over. But I think there's a lot of unrest in that team, and I don't think Rafa was the bad manager. I think it was a combination of him, players, personalities, and I think they're in a mess. I'm not too sure. I'm not too certain. We're putting 2 midfield players in who are low on confidence, and a new manager. He's not letting us fall. It's going to work. So if you pick the bones of it, and you sit there and say, well, it's going to be Everton, Newcastle, Burnley, Norwich, Watford, Brentford's fallen back into it now, and Leeds. I don't think I think there's more than 3 worse than us.
Yeah. Agreed.
Well, I do think it would be important for you to give Trippier the armband, man. I think I wouldn't underestimate giving him the armband, what I'll do. And if, Lascelles could make that easy. Lascelles could go to the club and say, listen, we need to get out of this. And he's the leader and he's leading the dressing room, so I want to have that armband. I think he'd be better thought of doing it. I mean, I'm not too sure that's what happens, but I just think that we do need England class, top European class kind of captaincy now.
Yeah, agree, mate. Agree.
Lads, I think it's time to bring the show to a close.
To close to a show, yeah, I agree.
Yeah, that's.
It's been that long a day. Yeah.
Right. In the last few days, we've done what 4 or 5 nights.
What time did you start the day?
We started on Friday.
5 days we've done.
Yeah, we've done 5
Thursday.
days.
We started on Thursday.
Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Yeah, 5 full days.
So
what do you
today
mean?
we started.
What do you mean? Like 4 days? How long have you been on?
On average, about 2 hours every night, if not a bit more. 3 hours last night, 4 hours tonight.
Yeah.
6 hours. 6 hours tonight.
Me and Daz have both been sent to the separate box rooms in the houses of the women. So
I knew
a couple of nights off now.
I knew there's a reason why I stopped doing these podcasts.
Yeah, I'm telling you. That's it tonight. I'm taking a couple of days off, mate. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thanks for the invite. Can't thank you.
Always great to see you, mate. You're always welcome with us. You know that.
Love coming on.
Always
a pleasure. And it's easy for someone like me just to come on because you let people sort of express themselves and a lot of people are coming on saying what they know, what they don't know, but I'm not doing any of that anymore. All I'm doing is my work's done. It's finished. I'm just a football fan now. Just
enjoy. Yeah,
that's it.
Yeah.
Same as the rest of us.
Just enjoying it. You know what I mean? And there are people that paid to learn things and find things out, but fortunately that's not me. So now I just listen to them people.
No, I think it's good. Always good to have you on, and I think certainly I know if Richie was here as well, I would say from the Fivers, it's nice to be able to call you a friend as well. So thanks very much.
Thanks a lot, lads. Take care.
No worries. We'll talk to you too, mate.
Thanks for coming on.
Thanks for all the comments that's been on as well. Been brilliant.
And you're always welcome to come back again.
Absolutely.
I've been talking to Rich tonight on WhatsApp while I've been on here, and he said. So I said I'll come back on, and Mick Edmondson, Mad Mick, Backpage and Authority, and Wonderbar DJ, Ex Idols. He said he'll come on, and he's just so funny. You know what I mean? Like if someone asked him about the win, they'd say, "Oh yeah, man, I can remember," and he would just make a mockery of previous winners. You know what I mean? And he would mock Sunderland's winner. You know what I mean? So it's always great to do it, but. Thanks for having us on, and I'll come on again with him and when he gets back.
No worries, absolutely, mate. I play to you.
Cheers, Keith.
See you later.
All right, mate.
We'll be in touch on the WhatsApp. Take care.
Take care,
mate.
Take care, Keith.
Well,
great having Keith on.
Yeah, it was great having Keith on. Great way to catch up again. Yeah, we got through it, lads. It was a long show tonight, and a long. And I want to say, actually, shout out to Pete, because Pete has a great idea. Is Pete asleep? No,
there he is.
No, there he is.
There he is.
What? Hang on. It's been a goal, Jeff.
Shout out to Pete, because Pete came up with a brilliant idea for our fully loaded transfer show, and got Jordan in with us, and also got Lee in with us. And I think everyone will agree, especially everyone in the chat as well. Great shows. Really enjoyed those. They were the highlight of our weeks, I think, those shows. So really enjoyed those. Missed them actually now. But
I know.
We'll do them again maybe in the summertime or something like that.
But I would like to just say as well, all the people still putting comments up about is Bronwyn coming on next. Shut up and go to bed. Right, she's been on. You've had your phone. Now he's off. Go back now. So that's a great show. 5 nights. Still we've ranged from kind of 700 watching to we've still got 200 folks watching there now. It's gone 11. Good window. Newcastle. We crash on and we'll go again. Thanks to everybody that's been watching. Everybody that's donated. people who've joined, people who've subscribed. If you haven't, hit that subscribe button. It helps us massively. We've gone past the 2.5 mark tonight. We're doing it the right way. We're doing it, by getting good content out there, good views, hopefully info and stuff that people like. We don't make stuff up. We do get info from people. We've spoken about this week with Sean and Burnsie and other people on. So we do try and deliver what we think you guys would like, because that's what we like to hear. So we don't pretend to be anything else. As we've said many, many times, we're just 5 dads who enjoy being together and putting this stuff together for fans, as fans. So hit that subscribe. If you want to become a member, join $1.99 a month. You've seen tonight, there's draws and stuff out there. We've got Bronwyn and we've got Simon Rudd from shybens.com. And we will definitely be having them on again. Simon is coming on next week sometime, and we will definitely have some giveaways, T-shirts, baseball caps, different bits and pieces. So hit that subscribe, cost you nothing. Join the membership, $1.99 a month. Helps us, goes towards StreamYard, other bits that we do. And like tonight, we sit and do 4.5 hours content for you. FOC, if you want to join up. We keep it going. So we got more to come over the next while.
We do. Maybe I should mention that, Martin.
You should do that, Daz, yes, and then we can bail out and get some sleep.
Get some sleep for a week. Just heads up that our Kieran Maguire show, we were due to have it tomorrow. Kieran couldn't make it tomorrow, so we are pushing that out. I think we're pushing it out to the 22nd of February, but that's just the information is going to change. It gives Kieran a bit of time as well to work in his figures, and we can talk about financial fair play again. So that's the 22nd of February, I believe. And also coming up on Wednesday, we have the analysis of the window and everything that's Newcastle with Mark Douglas. So Mark is back, is with us for the first time on Wednesday, so 8 o'clock on Wednesday. So you won't see us as frequently. It's been on nearly every night, but we're not going anywhere either. There's games going up, there's review shows, away days, there's this, that, and the other. We'll be back, and we still have another to revisit our list of our guests that we want to bring back. Again, bring back the zebra. No, the zebra is blowing out. No, just again, thanks for everyone for sticking with us, not just tonight, but all the nights through the takeover in this window. Or sorry, the transfer window. And I'm wreck tired now, so that's why I'm talking crap. That's for me. I'd say no more. Good night. Anyone else? I
just wanted to say before we go. With the Fully Loaded Transfer Show, we were one of the first shows that went out there on the Newcastle platform to talk about transfers. People weren't interested in it. People didn't want to know. But when we did the first show, me, Daz, and Jordan, I think it made people stand up and actually take an interest in the transfers. Other podcasts have done the same. Other people have jumped onto it. So we might not have the subscribers and the numbers as other shows, but we definitely set the benchmark with the Fully Loaded Transfer Show. So I'm personally proud of it and putting it together. But yeah, I'm going to fizzle out now. I'm going to have a bit of a break. So
yeah, exactly. As they say, mate, don't be a follower, be first.
Definitely.
Love it.
And more to come from us, guys. We will have new ventures and new bits. So like I say, hit that sub and keep following us. You'll hear more from us.
Cheers, guys.
That's it, boys. We will say good night to everybody.
We will say good night.
Be safe.
Find our intro, and people seem to like this one, the promo one. So we'll end on that and say good night to everyone. We'll see you later.
Talk soon. Take care.
Ciao, guys.
Now is the time, a time you'll look back on, a time you adopt as inspiration. You will recollect this time, this moment, right now.